Okay, so today I'll do yet another tournament, and of course my rule set is that now I'm only allowed to ladder. I'm trying to get to 2,000 in Rapid and Classical, at least as far as Rapid. I don't know, I'm not going to play Classical for a while anyway, but the only way I can actually play rated games is against random people in a tournament. I'm not allowed to, obviously I don't do rated friend games anyway, but I also am not going to play random games anymore. I'm only allowed to do it in tournaments. So that's going to be the thing. And this one I'll treat differently, where it's the permanent tournament, where if I lose a single game, I just stop because I only have one piece of art right now, and I was too lazy to get more. But, just I want to do it like this anyway. So let's look at this recap. It's similar to like how we just looked at the Twitch recap for the year. And so let's see if this is even more underwhelming than that, because obviously we didn't do a whole lot with it in terms of whatever. It was pretty much the same as the last couple years, and so I have played a lot of chess this year. I played it a lot pretty much every year since I've been back to streaming, and I played a lot on here. I got to 1700 notably, but I unfortunately wasn't able to stay there, so I was on a good track for a while there. And so let's look at this. We'll analyze some of the games, and we'll start. Obviously it'll be in a few minutes here that the tournament starts. Thank you for playing on the chess. We're glad you're here. Have a great 2025. Letchess.org 2024 recap. 1,000 games played, which is, it's a lot, but average of 3 a day. But a lot of those are, I mostly play rapid, but maybe some of those are faster formats. But in that context, that feels like a lot, like 1,000 rapid games, more so than just spamming bullet and stuff. 43,637 moves played. Most played opponent is Dr. Fruit is creepy. It's a really high rated player who kept farming me. Not really farming because he wasn't getting anything out of it, but it's always an honor to play high rated players, even if I'm too much of a clown to deserve it. 7 days and 19 hours. That doesn't actually seem that bad considering, like, compare that to like how much people play WoW, slash played, and you have 40 days, 50 days played, and it's no big deal. 0 puzzle solved. I love that, actually. That shows you how much I fucking hate puzzles. You would think I would have done at least some. In fact, I thought I had done some. I'm sure I did. Maybe it was on chess.com or somewhere else. Or maybe I was just logged out or something. Sicilian defense boulder attack is white. What does that mean? It doesn't say anything. Like, is that my favorite one? My most used one? I would assume, but it doesn't give you actually a prompt. Sicilian defense boulder attack. What? What do you mean? Is that something I do a lot? Or Italian game classical variation is black. I always get that Gucci piano thing is one that I end up playing whether I realize it or not. What? That's it? 0.00057% of them are yours. 1.8 million games. Or no, wait. No, 1.8 billion games. 0 ads and trackers loaded. We didn't sell your personal data. We didn't use your device against you, but other websites do. Yeah, we get it, dude. And you're free. You did not solve any puzzles this year. I love it, dude. That shows you, yeah, every game and every position is a puzzle. Your most played opening as black was with 45 games. But that's not even true. Don't I do the King's Indian in like every single fucking game I ever play in my whole life? What are you talking about, Italian game, classical variation? Sicilian defense, but it's more like the king's pawn. I don't know. I guess I call it the wrong thing, but E4, 99. Yeah. This is great diversity. 99. Look at this, dude. This is like some sort of Smurf hardcore challenge, right? Like, bro, how you do that? I'm not saying it isn't good. I'm saying, like, how do you do that in so many games and still do reasonably well? Your best chess foes, or your most frequent ones at least. These are obviously friends. This guy we just met actually, but we played him a lot. Dr. Fruit is creepy. 26 game. I thought I played some other people, other pool pairing, arena tournaments, and that's obviously just very recent. Challenges, lobby custom games, Swiss tournaments, computer simuls. Pool pairing, we're not going to do much anymore. What time controls and variants did you play? 879 games, 86 games, 21 games, 19 games, only 10 classical games. Wow, really? I thought I had played it more earlier and then stopped, but correspondence 5, King of the Hill 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 1. Yeah, mostly rapid. 43,000. That's 1,789 kilograms of wood push. Standard chest piece. Okay, I weigh 40 grams each. 7 days. Now, I think I ended up doing it backwards because I left it open and it must have like auto scrolled. 7 days, 19 hours spent playing. That's a lot of chess. How many moves did you play? We already saw that. 1032 games played, and you won 466, which actually isn't all that bad considering, you know, some of them are throwaway formats I don't really care about. Yeah, how many did I draw? That's the real question. Yes, it was meant to start here, so I just looked at it backwards. I can't even do the recap properly. That's how bad I am. No, that's kind of fun, I guess. It's about what I expected, I suppose. Let me try to analyze these quickly, and then I'll join the thing. So yeah, we got to look at this Magic the Gathering art the whole time, and I'm not allowed to change it ever. Or I mean, whatever. Like I'm not. I keep forgetting what I just used, and I shouldn't have done that. Or I shouldn't have unchecked it so quickly. Some of these actually change the the pieces, so I don't know where we are. We had done that. We had done the Meridia. Meridia 2 wood. Meridia 2 black and white. I actually don't know what it was. I just saw it too. I'm assuming it's this one. I think we just used that. Neo darker, Neo wood, ocean. I'm going to assume it's that one. Yeah, we'll do this. Let's see if I even have time to really do the and analyze some of these games, which sometimes this takes forever. I don't know if I had done it here. Or sometimes it's okay, I guess I hadn't. Yeah, now that's gonna confuse me. Like how far back do I have to go? I've just been playing chess a little bit too much where I'm not even fully enjoying it because it's not that I'm not enjoying it, but like I have so many other things that I want to be doing. And so it's nice as a complement to other stuff, but I never like to do it when it's just a full on, you know, like the only thing that I do. Just double check that one. We'll just open every single one of these and I won't be able to do it probably in time. Yes, Higuchi piano is always the one we end up doing. So I must have some ideation to do it. I'm really surprised at that because it's saying I'm doing a certain king, like that pawn pushes black, right? But I only do that if they ruin my ability to play the King's Indian. But way more often, I feel like I play that. Where, you know. Okay, that one's done. That one's done. Some of these were actually flagging them. Or again, I love when you gain or lose rating in a draw too, like based on some discrepancy of the matchup, which you get some pretty wild discrepancies in here. But these can only favor me, right? So like if I face somebody a few hundred rating away from me, it's gonna only be lower because I'm gonna be basically 1700 myself. So I'm kind of almost gaming the system a bit, but you know, if I do the less than 2001, which one of my best performances did actually still come in that would be more fitting. Okay, what's going on? How come all these are analyzed? I guess I went back too far. Okay. And this is just a clear OCD tendency. Like you can see, I don't know how this even works. Or that was just like a one move game. Bro just didn't like the position of the game at all. Yeah, I should almost just play chess 960 since that's more fun and just you don't have to worry about theory and stuff. But I really want to get to 2000 first, and I have I have a bit of a bone to pick with chess.com that I can unlock by getting to 2000 here. So look how I bridge the sides together. I'm the one who will bring together world peace, right? And bring the two enemies into one, where it's not so much that I'm saying one side is better than the other. On the contrary, I'm using one side as a bridge to get to the other. Like, I do a challenge on chess.com and then I fail. And because I fail, I delete my account. Right, and then I can't reopen that account until I get to 2000 on here. So if I get to 2000 on here in classical and rapid, then I can reopen that, and then I'll do a challenge on there. And then if I fail, I have to come back here. But if I don't fail, then that'll open up some other possibilities and different things. Like, it's a pretty fun way of doing it, because like I get exiled and I'm forced to play here because I failed that. So maybe if I didn't fail, maybe I wouldn't have played on here as much. But I mean, certainly that seems to have like a healthier player base at times, but this is still pretty good. It's just, and even the inflation seems to be obviously pronounced on here, where on there, like, being 1500 is a big deal apparently, because I don't know. And as far as cheating, I'd say it probably happens on both, honestly. Like, I don't know how I don't know what the sites really do that much to prevent it. There's really only so much you can do, right? How would you know? People can obviously play around it, and they'll deliberately make a couple of mistakes, and then it's too much left to interpretation. Like, you never have any real proof. You never really know for sure. So let's see if I can do these in time. It doesn't seem like I'll be able to, or I kind of wanted to go back and actually look at my thing to see what piece set I was using. I guess we can do that in the middle of a game, but no, I'm trying to win one of these tournaments finally, but I won't be able to, because even if I win every single game, I still won't do it, because I won't win them fast enough, right? Because I take my time, and that's kind of important to me, and it's just kind of dumb. So let me see something here. I guess I could go to the beginning of my thing and look at what set I just changed from, which I totally wasn't paying attention. I think it was the Meridia one, but I don't remember. Or we did that after the recap, I think, still. Yeah, here I changed the background, or maybe I had already done it. Game's about to start, I bet. Oh, come on, I missed it again. Okay, it's Meridia. I'm assuming the Meridia 1, and then... Oh yeah, I almost beat that 1800 too yesterday morning. That was my last session, and I kind of got pissed. I'll just leave those games open, I guess, so I can analyze them later. I don't know. I don't really need to worry about it. I just want to remember that I have to do it. Okay, here we go. Let's just focus. Again, I like to take my time, but sometimes I take too much time. They go here, and... Wait, it's showing up like... Oh, it's just delayed. It could go here, and it's a little bit awkward, I guess. They're hitting that, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, everything's fine with that. You have to consider the fact that this guy's 1570, so it's a pretty fair matchup, all things considered. Let's just take it really seriously. It's a level playing field and nothing to worry about. This can be a little bit scary sometimes. You could like sack it, and then you have some crazy thing where the queen is gonna just mate you. which I don't think is actually going to happen. And even this, no, never mind. I keep thinking the queen is attacking the wrong square. If I was to do it, they would take I would take in check, and they could block, but then I could still take. So they can't block. They have to move, and then I guess now it's not as relevant, and so now I like this guy's name. Last white pawn. That I can't do even if I take there. It's not always the best thing to do. We could try to do some cheeky little unleash here, but I'm not sure I'm entirely happy about it. They're very quick to react no matter what I decide to do. They can give a check there, but I'm not really moved by that, but something may happen here that might mess me up. So my preference would be to take the actual bishop itself, but they're not letting me. They give a check here, I move, then they sack, take. I don't know if that's good or not. Okay, let's just concentrate. Yeah, I had almost beaten that 1800 player, 1810. That would have been my highest rated opponent ever, besides a friend duel. That duel. And the problem is that, look at this. Some of these people have already won. It makes no sense. It's been like literally 3 minutes, bro. My tooth is kind of hurting, so it's hard to even talk. Maybe that'll make me play better when I talk less. But no, your ranking here just shows you who's the highest rated player in the thing. Like, it would tell you that. You know, so that means I wasn't remotely the highest rated player here. Or, yeah, how did you know? That is what I was trying to do. No, I don't want to do something crazy like that. In fact, I don't even know what I want to do. I want to... I have no idea. And I don't know what they're doing necessarily either. Yeah, I like this as sort of a bite-sized session type of thing. But I would rather still do it as a bonus, not like the only thing I'm doing, but every day I come in, I do like one tournament for 1 hour, and that's the whole episode and the whole stream. And that is still kind of fun. I like the structure that it gives. So this is a permadeath one, so if I lose, I can't play anymore, and I'll just stop. And also, in general, I'm only allowed to ladder in tournaments now in this format. I don't care about the other ones, right? Rapid or classical. Even classical, I won't say that. It's just for rapid. But I'm not even playing classical now anytime. But yeah, this is Magic the Gathering. Obviously, my thumbnail for my first time playing. And I chose the dinosaur just because I love dinosaurs. Well, in the game, I love them more than I realized, but I thought he just looked cool there. But that's one of those videos that I trigger everybody because they're like these overly defensive people, fans of the game, and I like the game too. I'm a fan of the game too, but I don't like the tutorial, and I'm kind of complaining about that. And then they're taking it as if I'm bashing the game or something. People tend to get very defensive and aggressive when it comes to games like that, where like WoW or Path of Exile or something like this, where, you know, even chess, they spend their whole life playing it, or it's like a big part of their life, and so now they turn into some kind of a clown. And the reason why they turn into a clown is because of the simple fact that they they define their whole self-worth by the game, and they played it so much, and they almost have to justify and validate how much they've done that. Like, I'm not denying something could be impressive or valuable, but a lot of the time too, it's like a bottom feeder effect. It's ordinary random people who are not like among the best players in the world, and they're talking shit about somebody who's playing the game for the first time or something, versus, oh, you're actually one of the best players in the world, you're an esports player, you're a pro. Now you don't need to do that, and the reason why you don't need to do that is because you already it's your ability and everything speaks for itself. You don't need to do that. You don't need to show off. Right. So it's this need that average players have, that, oh, we got to show off compared to other random people. And you could do this. You could push it out, push it back. You have this incoming as a really, really questionable play. Yeah, it's like people who obsess over a game, which is a testament to the game's depth in a way, but then they define their whole self-worth by it and everybody else's and things like that, where it becomes a little bit weird. I could take that anytime I want, I guess. Or now this becomes a problem anyway. Now that's too easy. I could even tell them what to do, but I won't. I love when I see the fault in my own move immediately after I do it. But they're totally going to be sniping me, and I'll complain about that, and I'll turn into Kramnik, where not so much sniping, but if you watch him play it too on the computer, it's hilarious, because he's like a boomer effect, where the way he clicks his mouse and everything is so slow. This you could do to at least open the king. Maybe that would be worth it. Right, just to mess up his pawns, and I should probably be able to win in the long run now. And given I mean, he might do that, but he could have done this and then won this, but now he can't even do it. And the reason why he can't do it is because now that bishop would have no cover even there to do that. So I don't mind playing it like this, but I feel like, I mean, you still have to watch out for this pawn, no doubt. Now I'm in a relatively comfortable position, but I'm not really even up material, which is what's weird about it. I want this, but I don't know if it's really going to be that consequential. Okay, so some people are already on a 4-game win streak, or not a 4-game win streak, but a 4-point win streak. They're hitting this, so I could just do this, I guess. I mean, I could just bring a rook to cover it too, but then I don't want to go on a dark square, and then they can do something all geeky like that. So I like my position, but it's still going to take forever to actually do anything with it. I'll do that so then you can actually raise the pawn and you don't have to worry as much about this. You could do this. You take, but there's nothing really I'm getting out of it. That doesn't seem to be a big deal. This is fine because you get to move this freely now. I don't really see the significance of that move. They can't come in anywhere. They can't go there. They can't go there. I guess they could have gone there if not for that move. I would take, they would take. Let me try to push this out somehow and it would be good. Especially if I do this, then they move that, then I am threatening. Attack, take, mate. They might go there though. Even then, they move this, and I take for free. There's a lot of good developments that can happen with that. So now you force him to move, and then the result of forcing him to move would probably be pretty good. But then again, he got an extra cover on that anyway, so how could you need more than this is the question. And the answer is he'll take there, which is not really my concern right now, and I don't want to give up the double stack, but damn it, how did I do that so perfectly and then I still fucked it up? I had this as like the perfect attack. Well, the reality is a lot simpler now because they've actually just trapped their own rook. So despite whatever take, like they can't do anything. That's too bad, but also I don't have a chance to win this because it's gonna take forever to actually win any of these games. Look how intense every one of these is. Like they go the distance. Like I'm already asleep, dude. I'm done. Like just enough is enough. I like a challenge at times, but sometimes it's just so repetitive and boring, and it goes on and on and on, and nothing even ends up happening, and nobody knows what they're doing. And then it comes down to some mistake that probably both players could have easily seen if they just took the time. So if it's a classical game, then they would have seen it, and if it's a high-rated game, or I mean a low-rated game, it'll be evenly matched. So it leads to this sort of stale, drawish nature of the game. So by winning a game, I'm still number 13. So my rank didn't change at all, which makes me seem almost good, the fact that I'm that high. But why am I even that high? Because a lot of people are tied with the same amount. So I'm not that far off, but why I had no game probably because of uneven players. Bro, how did people already win games, bro? Like even if I won every single one, right, I can't do it. I win every game, I go on a win streak. It is pretty frustrating. Like there should be some limit on that. Like you can only play a X max number of games. So I make one mistake by allowing the pin, but they don't actually do it. You gotta watch out what you can do with this. I don't want to give that up. Okay, dude. So Bro is at 8, but all that means is that you're on a 3-game win streak, which could be very cute because you get to realize that see, now you get that for free because you have to address the queen threat, I guess, or bruh. Now, if you resign quickly, we have a chance to win the tournament because you clowned it up. That's what it takes to win. You have to actually get lucky. Broski. Oh, he's paused, bro. Bro. Bro, I'm done, bro. This is my best chance ever in my life to win one of these. So if I win the next one, which could take an excruciating long amount of time, then I get to, it's so stupid. Then I get to 8 points. But by the time I do, I'm sure other people will be there too. It's so dumb that it comes down to that. That's the only thing I hate about it. There should be some, or if he aborts, it should count. It should count. Because that's BS. Or why is he even saying that? Or like, why is he AFK if he's in there? Or he's number 3, so it's like battle for the bronze. This is like the World Chess Championship because Magnus is number 1, and we're number 2 and 3, like Ding and Nepo or whoever, Gukesh, because you know it's like your battle for the bronze or battle for the silver because the best player isn't even playing. Okay, you gotta figure out something here. Take this. I don't like playing in a rush either, but sometimes it feels like you have to because whatever. That put me in the best spot that I could possibly be in though. I would take, or if they take, then I take. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. If they keep going, I don't know. If I take, it seems bad. Undouble. I don't know really. I'm typically more the type to just trade just for the sake of trading, but I don't know how to deal with it. I don't know if I like that or not. I mean, I tend to like closed positions, but it's not always that exciting. Well, this is the best chance I'm going to get. I better concentrate. Somebody's at 6, which doesn't scare me that much because even by the end of this game, I would already be at 8 because I'm assuming I'm going to win as long as I don't draw either, which my style of play leads to draws a lot generally. Brazil tanks. What is this guy doing? Bro is doing some RP, some South American RP. I don't know what this is. You could go there and I can't take. No, I could. This isn't even a meaningful diagonal, but I gotta watch this. I have to move this back because I only moved it there because of this. So everything's good for the time being, and the reason why is because you get to I mean, I'm more than happy to just trade a knight, but there's probably some other vulnerability that can happen here. And I guess I don't care enough to really find it. Let me think here. Even our ranks that it says here will change during the course of the game. Like, But whatever, I can always tie them for top place for now, assuming I win this game. And the problem is I won't do it in a reasonable amount of time. I don't think this site even lets you like really use the color flags and stuff too much. Like, or I mean, it doesn't really make a big thing out of the country flags and stuff like that on your profile. Or it should really let you have like a profile icon too. I always like that with my Diablo thing. This is the only logical thing. Their pawns are not exactly that great, but maybe they'll do something with it. They're just kind of overextending a bit too much. This almost feels like the right move, but it's also a bit too much. Like, I don't know. Very my type of position, closed structure, stale, repetitive, where you can kind of control this now because it's so, you know, if they push this, I'm a happy guy because this is like it's not an octopus knight, but it's still very good. And it's kind of maybe a little bit too much on my territory though. Okay, everything's fine with this. They're playing at a very moderate level. Like, I can't question what they're doing. They're doing this instead. They would take... There's no point in a draw, though. I mean, it's just a waste of time. Also known as the game of chess overall. I really don't know. I mean, it's seeming to look up to be a drawish position, but there's really nothing I can do to come up with some crazy attack. I got my V-shaped thing that I always rave about. It's just how I am. Let's see if they can do something with these pawns on the king side, but they're overextending their king too much then by, you know, leaving it open. But I'm not the type to take advantage of it either. The time-wise, he's pretty even to me as well. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take, so they almost have to do it. Maybe I should have just offered up the queen trade in that case, but somehow I almost don't even want to. So you gotta find some opening, some vulnerability, and the way that you can do that is, I don't know. I honestly don't know what's happening. Oh, great. This is just gonna take all night then. You can try to, you know, this is where the knight is meant to excel too, in terms of, I kind of gave up the one cover for that I actually had, so I don't know if I like that. And I put my king in a very claustrophobic position. But I don't think anybody really knows what the fuck they're doing. I would take, they would take, I would take... I don't really want to do this. I'm so confused. If you go like that, that would be a little bit odd. I don't know what that would do. Now you give a check and you can immediately compel some sort of a trade, which I don't really even want to do. But this, okay, they've busted open the thing a little bit though now, because they certainly have some attacking opportunities, and I don't know what exactly I'm doing with it. This just goes on forever. Like I can appreciate how intense these games are, but I even got lucky in one of them that you know, that it ends so quickly. You can bring the other rook to there, pretty predictable. If I win this quickly, I still get to get on the 8-game win streak, which I keep calling it that, but the 8-point thing. And then, okay, dude. Okay, come on, what? That's all? Like, really? Really, though? I can't even believe it. Well, I'm done then. I don't care. Like, how? You know, this is why chess is in some ways just a stupid thing, because it's just a time thing. Like, do you really care to think for long enough? And typically I don't have to, so I can get away with it. Whatever, man. It's just stupid. Because I'm in such a, yeah, he even offered to draw, but like I'm in such a drawish kind of thing, and then I try to make something happen. That's the biggest reason for losses in chess too, for low-rated players or for me. Try to make the game actually interesting, try to make something actually happen, and that's what you get. Like, just, okay, so just play like GMs do, and you end up getting draws, even though it might happen for slightly different reasons. It's still the same thing. Like, nobody could explain this either. Like, what are you doing? What is this? Go here, go here. Like, explain the logic of this. Isn't this so fun? Isn't this so intuitive? Like, what the fuck are you even doing? Especially black. At least white is sort of loading up. What the fuck is black doing in this position? I just completely give up too. Like, I'm pissed. This is so dumb. All these moves are like claustrophobic, nonsensical trash. I don't care. I just don't get it. Even as you're looking at it, I don't even understand. Like, this position is my kind of thing, and I don't really have to do anything, but you're supposed to go here, which seems to really make no sense at all. Because now look at where this is going to end up. It just, en passant, I don't know. En passant, then take. One of these is going to be open. Apparently they're meant to just ignore it, though. Take. I'm surprised you even do that. Like, what if you just do this then? You're mated. That's just depressing. Like, I have time on the clock and everything too. Like, I just don't care enough to look at these things. I always underestimate certain things. Like, I don't think that there ever is going to be a mate or anything that's going to happen. And there wouldn't have been, and there wasn't. But then you try to make something happen. Yeah, it's this thing about chess that I think you realize you just don't enjoy it enough to really. It's an okay game, but it just, these positions show you something about it at a deeper level that's just sad. It has nothing to do with like good or bad. It has to do with like, what is it that you're even trying to do in the game? And the answer is, and people might blame the engine for that, like, oh, that's just how the engine plays. But if that's actually how the game works, like, look at this. Look at what is happening in the game. It's so, and it's gonna end in a draw, and it's like you go through all this. You go to there. What the fuck is the king doing too? You're doing like a king walk across the board. Just random. Like why? Was there actual meaning to that, or is that just them just stalling moves basically? Okay, I'm good, dude. Let's just analyze the rest of the games. I'm depressed about that one. It's so stupid. That's so dumb. Like, why? It shows you the only thing you should do is play classical ever. Like, never play anything besides classical. And actually, and what a novel concept it is, too. Like, actually thinking about your moves and actually, like, the things that you might take that for granted, certainly higher level players, but imagine actually thinking through every move on a basic level that, you know, for at least a few seconds, 30-second rule that I institute in classical games, like every move, think for at least 30 seconds. Imagine doing that, and nobody ever does that. So if anybody does that, you're automatically close to 2,000 right there. Like, it's so disingenuous. You play these faster formats, you try to speedrun a game that you aren't even good at, that you've never played before, that you don't know all the nuances about it. It's very, very wrong, but the ordinary person doesn't look at it like that or treat it like that. Everything you can see, right, within reason. I'm not saying you'll see like super high level things, but all these sort of things that happen you can see and you ignore them, or you're moving too fast, you're getting, you know, too complacent or whatever. Okay, just get this over with. It's so upsetting. Like, I don't know. I mean, and you see how people do that too. Maybe it's because he's sniping me and he even hears me talking about a draw, or whatever the reasoning is, or just the nature of me creating a stale position. These people will literally offer a draw, or at least the way the game goes will indicate a draw, right? And then I end up losing. So just remember that. I don't really care. Like, if you want to be like that, you can. But there's a sense of honor in the game that is lacking. Like, I don't want to draw. I don't want to waste everybody's time and get a draw. I don't want that, right? I want somebody to actually feel like they got something out of the experience, even if I'm on the wrong end of it. The assumption should be I'm going to win every game. Okay, just get it over with, dude. Come on. Sometimes these take forever, too. I was on a great situation, too. Like, I had won 2 games very quickly, so if I had won that one, well, I still probably wouldn't have won the whole thing, but at least it gives you a good chance. There's always people at the top who just go undefeated the whole time. I would say like, oh, I'm giving up on chess or something, but I'm only doing it as a fucking filler category anyway. Like, I'm not trying to do anything with it anyway. I was, you know, I already did kind of what I was trying to do with getting to 17, and then I was trying to take a break and then try to get to 2,000 eventually, but it's just really pissing me off now because I don't know. It's too. I gotta embrace what I was doing before. Like, embrace the fact that the game is boring and objectively flawed and so many things, and you can draw every single game that you play if you really want to. I hate it. I despise it, but it's probably better because this is what you get. You get this busted position where it's just a mate and there's nothing you can do, and just by opening the file one time, which again, there's not only did I not have to do it, but I was the one who initiated doing it. So if I just thought about it, I would have seen that I shouldn't do that. It seems like somehow I'm struggling more in the 1700 and less one than the 2000 and less one for some reason. You would assume it would be easier, but okay, hurry up. Complaining about the speed of an engine on a free site. But I mean, there's plenty of free engines you can use online anyway, I'm sure. But yeah, that's the one thing I got to use one day is the chess base. It's like a program that all the good players use, and just, I don't know. It's pretty expensive though, I think. Yeah, I mean, that's too bad though. How is that one analyzed but none of the other ones? I appreciate the fight that some of these people put though. Like they just go, it gets on my nerves. Like you go on and on and on and just like, I don't know. The number of games that you could draw at least, right, is out of this world. And I'm kind of getting farmed by lower rated players, even though, you know, somehow they seem better or they just play better in tournaments than they normally would do if I play them in a random game, like on the matchmaking, even though I wouldn't play them in the matchmaking typically because if they're, well, some of these are similar rated, but this is the most annoying thing right here, having to analyze every game. Not that I really have to, but I just like to. And even by analyze, I don't mean I actually look through it. I just kind of, Butcher of Truth. Yeah, this guy is always a little higher than I thought. Over 10,000 games. See, in 10,000 games, I should be there too, basically, because even as much as it seems, I like that perception too. Even some good players have sort of observed that. Like, it seems like I play so much, so I should be so much better. In like literally 3 years, right? Since I've come back to streaming, not that I've been necessarily playing chess the whole time, but almost the whole time on a relatively regular basis. So in like 3 years, I've played basically this and this, so like 2,000 serious games, like whatever, regular format games. I won't count the other ones just because they're garbage. Like 2,000 plus maybe 1,000 more. So like 1,000 games a year, average of like 3 games a day, something like that. I'm not saying that isn't a lot, but isn't that relatively normal, like for somebody who would be taking chess seriously? Like if you, I mean, obviously probably should have improved more in this much time, but I'm just saying anybody who's a serious player, 3 games a day is not a big deal, right? You would think that's normal. You would think that's maybe even low. So this is going to take the whole hour just to do, even though you know, I jumped out of the arena early anyway. But yeah, imagine if you quit out early like that, but you still win somehow. But no, that guy clowned me, and I just don't even get it. So he lost there to 1,600. Or we're looking at it from the other perspective now. Yeah, we won this game super fast too, so then you get to really get on a win streak, but then I just didn't do it either. So yeah, this one is very annoying because I hate those kind of positions where you know, so like don't allow that to be. What if I don't do it? What if I do something else? Just like you go here. I guess they would be winning in a number of ways just for me having allowed that, but like if they take right, this pawn is certainly a weakness. Like what if I don't do that? That ends up being bad as well. Plus 14. Well, it really doesn't seem like that. This is quite a skewed one. Like, they're not up by that much, you know, material or anything that you would think that it makes that big of a difference. But they take here, you go here, you go here. Wait, why couldn't they just do that? Okay, see you tomorrow. Hey Arsh, how's it going? This just turned into my like waiting lobby for the tournaments. That's basically all I'm doing now is just every day. I kind of like the structure that it gives though, because it's not like I play that much anymore. So if I just go in, I do one tournament. I really want to win one, and I've had some pretty good chances too, but it's very, very tight. Like, you can't lose a single game, and you have to win them super fast, which that part bugs me because you can't really control it. Like, I can play perfectly, and it's still going to take some time, or my opponent's going to just wait. That is a troll element of it, really. Just that they could be about to lose, but they'll wait the whole 10 minutes just to make sure you don't win the overall tournament. But I'd still be satisfied if I win every game. That's all I want, which I almost did do that. It wasn't in this one, it was in the less than 2001. But yeah, this is my PvZ hard mode background, which I never still finished that series completely, but I did the new game plus, so that's good enough. But this is like 3-4 that took me like literally months to do, it felt like. Very, very difficult level, especially within the format. So Berserk isn't really relevant, but that would cut your time in half, and I've almost never really used that in a tournament. I guess the ones I play always don't allow it, or it's not the kind of thing I would like to use even, because I have, what do you call it? I'm kind of slow as it is. For some reason, I thought it would do it for both players. Like, oh, both players get 5 minutes, and then whoever wins gets double the points. So it's not up to your opponent. Like, if you choose to trigger it, you both have 5 minutes, but then if you lose, they get double the points too. But no, it's just for you, I guess. Like, you have half the time, you get double the points if you win. But yeah, that's not relevant here. And yeah, what's frustrating is some of these games have been like very, they'll always offer me a draw too, right? Like, it's just not even a real thing that, you know what I mean? Like, I can do whatever I want, but there's something like I try to force something to happen. So they're giving up a free pawn there, which is just sometimes, oh, that's a bait and you're not meant to take it because then it ends up hurting you later. But like, that's something, you know, I have the V-shaped structure, everything's fine. Even though it's a difference of plus 1.4, it's still a draw, right? Like, it's going to be a draw, any measure. I try to trade some stuff off. They're winning by a little bit here, but this whole pawn situation just doesn't make sense. Like, what you're trying to do with it. Like, what if they take this now? Forget about that. What if they take this? You're meant to keep going. You can't let this, like, it just seems like a disaster. What is this pawn, and what is it going to happen with it? So my inhibition is like, I'm apprehensive about awkward pawn structures, even if let me play a game of 960 actually while I wait, I guess, which is almost what I'd rather do than doing this at all. But I don't know. I'm not too happy with the way that I've been playing, because at some point, if I play at a good level, I could say, well, let me actually try to study and stuff. But the problem is, I don't know, I wanted to get to like 2000 without doing that, or that'll unlock my ability to do other things. So I don't know, I'm just gonna have to tough it out for now. Netanyahu, I didn't know he plays chess. 777. Let's see. Sometimes it feels like people have objectionable names somehow, like that they could almost be banned for or something. Then you're afraid of that, or even in the tournament chat, like they'll say something that I have to edit it out when I upload it, or not like I have to, but I just would rather not have some profane stuff in there, even though I swear all the time. It's a little bit different. So yeah, let's look for like a 960. Why are they all like blacked out? This lobby isn't as active as you'd think. Like, there should be way more games than that. Maybe it's just a weird time. Yeah, let's do a 5+0 rated chess 960 game. Again, this doesn't count towards any of my formats. I just am doing it for the heck of it, which I almost shouldn't be allowed to do as punishment for failing so many of my challenges. But Basically my main banishment is that I can't play on chess.com because of the simple fact that you're able to I have to get to 2000 on here before I can go back there. I failed the bot challenge, I failed the other challenge, like completely ridiculous. And you start recognizing some of these people too, like you've played them before or something. And the point, see, the 10+5 I can't do though because the tournament's gonna start then. The point is that I was doing actually pretty well in these games though, mostly. I beat some pretty high rated opponents. I think my record is actually not bad. Okay, don't abort though. What's the point? You're the one who joined. Or he's just really carefully analyzing the position. I'm always a fan of just moving the knights first because, as they say, save the best for last, which means obviously sometimes there's a temptation to move too fast in the opening, right? Like you're playing like a normal game as if I know openings even in the first place to begin with. If you go here, nothing really happens. Take. This is where the principle of like don't try to move the same piece twice comes into play because you have, or no, maybe I could have just done that. I can't move the knight. I don't really know what I'm doing. Even though, again, you shouldn't play these formats so fast if you're not going to know what you're doing. But he certainly has the right idea when it comes to bullying the knight early. You know, he's picking out a weak link here. They would take. I would take. This is one instance, for example, where I would allow within my perspective that I can castle because technically, right, the rooks and the king are in exactly the right spot to do it. I don't believe in this whole illegal castling, invent whatever castle you want shenanigans that always happens. And the reason why I don't believe in that is because it just feels unnatural and kind of stupid, right? If the position doesn't legally allow a castle, you shouldn't be able to do it. That's part of 960. That's part of what, to me, it should be about. These knights are kind of getting in the way right now, as is a common realization. It's like sometimes I have a plan in my head, but I don't really know. Like you got to really formalize it and think about it more deeply. But you know, just basic development here is fine. Take. He's definitely placing emphasis on the pawns. In fact, this guy's a terrible player because you would never do this. It doesn't matter what the position is. What is he doing with the pawns? Like, nobody plays like this in anything ever. And now I end up losing to him even after saying that, but it doesn't mean that I'm any good either. But yeah, this makes it more sort of innate and improvisational. What rating even am I in that now? 1578, like... I don't know. I got to get back to 17, but I just don't even see the point. Like, it's going to take forever. This one is on the back rank. I don't know. There's just a lot of moving going on. Nobody really knows what they're doing. Okay, very cute. This stops some knights from coming in. Some trading of the pawns will eventually occur, but this is like everything's just set up and locked in combat, and sort of the pawn play can be sort of satisfying sometimes to see it. Like you wait for just the opportune moment, and then you finally do something with it. But being players like us, we probably wouldn't know what the opportune moment even is. But yeah, at least we're out of the opening where any sort of cheeky threat can happen. Like, okay, that's an odd thing to do. No, here I would legally say I could castle because if I'm not mistaken, this would be an actual proper position where you should be allowed to do that. So I normally would never do it, but if I'm Right, this is like the normal starting position. And even there, if I move the knight, so I will actually do it. And for some reason, they didn't do it. And I don't know why. Right, why would you just move the king like that? Bro's doing a delayed long cloud. I love this too, when somebody's on the brink of getting 17, so you're still allowed to play this and get over 17 in the process. Like, it won't kick you out if you go over 17. Or like you would end up just winning on time here, if nothing else. So you have, okay, I'll move that, and then I guess I will take, or I would let them take. That would be okay. They can't go here necessarily. I wouldn't want to do that because it opens up too much for me here. Yeah, sometimes the most egotistical games, like people get so egotistical about chess, sometimes those are the games that are actually the most disingenuous, because what happens is, you know, oh, you're so smart, but then also you study for 20 years and you kind of, I'm not saying you shouldn't do that or that there's something wrong with doing that. I'm saying that, um, you know, if that's the criteria, then it's far less impressive because you get to, you know, realize, well, anybody could do that, or that's the reason why you're good, and it's a little bit disingenuous. So this seems okay for now. And then you have the ability to, what? Well, with only a minute 20, I could probably deal with it. Like, I highly doubt he's going to be able to actually mate me or do something here. But yeah, that was hanging on that diagonal for a long time. We have this one here, double pin knights. And then I don't know, like, he's just gonna flag. That's the sad part. He could be playing better, he could be winning, but this is the time format that he chose to join. Like, and normally I would play longer even, but I have to, you could do a little cheeky trick here because you get to, if you take, I take that. Not that it matters a great deal, but that was a trick I was kind of sitting on for a while, but then I got distracted by the fact that I blundered my queen. Which again, stuff like that would never happen if you just look at the position. They might have won like a pawn or something out of it. Ah, you're so cute. But it doesn't matter because you're winning anyway by a lot. Although I don't know why he didn't castle like that. Where, you know, he had the chance to castle. So he's +5, but is he really going to be able to do anything with it in this much time? Best way to kill your opponent's clock too is to just check them. Absolute King Ruse. I don't know what that means. Okay, so let's start this. 3 minutes left. Yeah, that went rules. If the king doesn't lead, how could he expect his subordinates to follow? But, yeah, I mean, technically that's my one exception, that if you legally could castle, right, you should be able to, but that's a rare position where, what are the chances that both rooks would be like that too? But yeah, the king is in the right spot, the rooks are in the right spot, but any other position I typically wouldn't do that. Why aren't there more tournaments for 960 actually? I feel like there should be. Or these are always at like a fixed time, which I didn't realize at first, but now I've been doing it like every day at these times. So like 8 to 9 a.m. for me, and then 8 to 9 p.m. for me, and possibly somewhere in between too. Like even here 12. It won't even show you beyond that. I get like more bot comments in my chat than actual comments sometimes. So again, as always, I always have a legitimate chance to win these, but it just is very, very tough. But again, even if I'm like top 3 because I win every game, but somebody won them faster than me, I'm fine with that. And I'm going to start to amass some of these tournament points, which I don't really get exactly how it works, but the rank average is a percentage of your ranking. Lower is better. For instance, being ranked 3 in a tournament of 100 equals 3%. Being ranked in tournament 1000, 10 in a tournament of 1000 equals 1%. All averages are medians. So I've mostly only done this rapid. 20 tournaments, points average 3 is decent, I guess. Point sum, rank average 36%. And then let's look at some of the other ones. Best results. 4 games, 12 points, rank. 4 games, 8 points, 25. So most of these you're not ranking very high. Where was the one that I won like 5? Oh, I guess it only counted 4 because one of them went into overtime. This was the one here. I guess I was ranked 13 here, which I didn't even realize. What was my rank? Like, where does it show you your thing here? So I won every game, but I still didn't have a chance. It's so stupid. Best results recently played 3 games, 4 points, 2 games, 2 points, 6 games. The win streaks are what kind of confuse it. Upcoming, okay. This is pretty fun though. I always dismiss this kind of.
10,
But it gives you the feeling like, oh, I'm simulating a real life tournament setting.
6,
Kind
5,
of.
4,
People certainly
3,
take it very seriously.
2, 1.
You see them play a lot better than they would in a random matchup. Even though we've used this set before, I'm just kind of going in alphabetical order, so it's okay. This one appears so many times. This is like the base chess.com one. And surprisingly, the chess24 one is like my favorite set ever. Just even that's the one good thing that came out of chess24. Why do they call it chess24? Because that's the average number of players who play on there, or that's the total number of players who've played on there ever. Or what was the other one joke I used, like FIDE offline arena? Would I rather play on FIDE offline arena or chess24 because there's 24 people who play on there? Or would I rather play on the inflated, the chess? And I thought my inflation was bad. I have all these fucking jokes for every site. When an American plays on the chess for the first time, they say, and I thought my inflation was bad. And then, damn it, this knight. Every time with this. There's always like a weird move like this you're expected to make. And I don't know why. But I don't care. Yeah, why is it called chess24? Because that's the number of people who play on there. That's the average number of players on there, right? And then FIDE online arena, more like FIDE offline arena, and then Le Chess. An American plays on Le Chess for the first time, and the first thing they say is, and I thought my inflation was bad. And then chess.com, I can't remember exactly what my joke for that would be, but certainly rating wise it would be the most consistent because the most resembling of so that was just like a Gambler Pod equivalent. It's not like it was really a big deal because it's just so annoying. Like, all I'm trying to do is castle and they kind of waste my time here. We got Pablo Escobar and Netanyahu in here apparently. These people have already won. Like, it makes no sense, bro. So getting the king out of there would be kind of a good thing to do. Or I mean the queen. I mean, I just can't move it. Like, isn't that incredible? Like, I literally cannot move the knight. You just can't do it. There's always something it expects you to do here, something like that, but I don't know. I'd rather just move the queen away, even though it's going to be a lot of back and forth BS. So again, this is one of those games that in the opening it becomes very irritating, and it's not that all these people really know what they're doing in the opening, it's just more like they'll play in a weird way, so you kind of have to take your time a little bit and not get too tilted by it. Okay, that's... Now there could be one downside that, yes, I love to trade queens, but maybe they'll have some immediate setup that punishes me, but I don't really think so, because if they go here, you have to go here and then you cover it. But the reality is that I am absolutely fed up with the stupid ass knight, and I just want to be done with it. The amount of headache and turmoil that the knights cause me is just... I can't even put it into words. But no, you're supposed to probably make... Bro, come on, bro. Like, I don't care if it stunts my development. Like, I want to get rid of it. I don't want the knight in the game. What a trash piece. I mean, that's what openings are all about. Like, how much can you harass the knight and how many moves do you have to waste trying to protect it? That's all the opening is about. Every other piece is just like, mind my own business. Like, I'm out of here, bro. Yeah. Harass the knight more. Fun and interactive game. If you take it, it's perfectly fine. I can't blame them for doing it, and I do it all the time too. Bro is on a 2-game win streak, and I haven't even been able to play one game thoroughly. Like, what am I doing wrong? Like, what am I supposed to do? Play like a super GM and just beat this guy in literally 2 minutes? Okay, push this guy out. I mean, as soon as the queen's off the board, I feel very, very comfortable. Because again, I'm not the type to, oh shit. I'm not the type to really use the queen to any meaningful advantage. Like, I always just... Now you could do a cheeky thing with that. The problem is my development is still so terrible. Like... Nothing is really adequately developed at all. So... As much as I'm happy about the trade, I'm not too happy about the... I'd like to do this, but then it leaves the pawns in a weird spot. The knight isn't really doing anything either. We have a check that opened up there that I didn't really pay attention to. You gotta just get in the habit of that. Like, you gotta scan things a little more and just be a little more thoughtful about what you're doing. It shouldn't be like a big effort. See, that's my problem. Like, everything is like, oh, I have to try so hard to do something, instead of just like, you shouldn't have to look for mate, you should just see it. Or you shouldn't have to, you know, look for basic obvious things. There's just an immense laziness that happens, especially when it comes to the time. It kind of teaches you the wrong way. Like, that's where all these fast formats and streamers doing it and kind of glorifying that has a bad impact on the game, because the priority becomes, oh, you should move quickly even if it's worse, instead of moving the best possible move you can and thinking about it, really understanding it, really having some thought behind it, really calculating. Doing that should be the philosophy. And then down the road, if you want to show off and do stupid fast formats, do it. But all of those things should come first instead of this halfway where, oh, I could play a better move and it could be better, but oh, I just want to move fast because that's important. Like, that should not be the priority at all. Let me see what I can do here. I don't really know what they're doing with the pawns, but my knights were an absolute liability, and I like when people say that too, especially higher rated players. They'll say, oh, well, that's just because you don't know how to use the knights. And I appreciate that compliment, because that's assuming that I know how to use anything else, which I of course don't. I guess I could have already done that, huh? I could, yeah, I missed that for a couple of moves. But no, it's like, I don't know how to use the queen optimally. I don't know how to use the pawns at all. I don't know how to use the bishops, the rooks, right? I'm not an expert on anything, but they're just more naturally intuitive, whereas the knight is not. Like, nobody can explain it. I've said this a million times. How does the rook move? Oh, it moves in two very clear, right, horizontal and vertical movements. Like, that's a very clear, geometrically logical, consistent set of movements, right? How does the bishop move? Clear diagonals, very clear, logical set of movements, right? The queen tries to combine those two. The king is one square all around, which even that's a little wonky if you think about it, but whatever. At least it has some logic behind it. You know, how does the knight move? It moves in a random L shape, but why can't it move like, oh, why not move one more, be like a camel, or why not move like this one and then that, or like, it's just random. There's no logical thing. The only thing I could come up with, arguably, that even better players didn't even say this, but is the fact that it moves from one square color to the other, right? Like, it always moves from white to black and black to white. So I guess that's the logic behind it, but even that's arbitrary, because you could say, well, why not go here and then go there, or I don't know. Like, it's just a random L shape, but even the L shape itself is random internally. Doesn't make sense, because it's not like a it's not a full L shape, like where each side is consistently shaped. It's a partial L. Like, it's just so random. Nobody can ever explain or defend it. People will defend it in ex post facto justification to say, well, it's that way because it's meant to be, and if you question it, you're just not good enough and you just suck and blah blah blah. But the reality is, there's no actual logic behind it that you could consistently argue for. Like, it's random. People can accept random things when they, when they're presented with them, but it's not there's no real logical consistency behind it. Instead of an L, why can't it go like this? Why can't it go like, I don't know. Wait, what? What was that? What was that? They made the one mistake that was a little more nuanced, and now they just threw that. Okay, this knight needs to get out of the way, and I can't figure out how to do it. Oh god, the whole game, the knight is just a thorn in my side. Yeah, just think about that. Horizontals, verticals, those are logical geometric things. Verticals and everything else, right? There's at least some logic behind it. What there is not is an L shape that isn't even a consistent L shape. I mean, the fact that it's an L shape is itself random, but even if it wasn't random, right, that it has no real symmetry to it, it could be longer, it could be shorter, it could be, like some sort of a V shape, it could be an X shape, it could be just anything. But again, it's a good example of the reactionary nature of people. People will accept something, again, the great line from the Truman Show. People will accept the reality with which they've been presented, even if it doesn't make any sense, even if there is no rhyme or reason to it. But also beyond that, it's like, people will sort of reinforce, like they believe that things are the way they are because that's the way they should be. You assume like, oh, of course it's that way because it was well thought out and there's some rhyme or reason, but you don't actually think about it. It's a good example, like with traditions that way. The fact that some tradition will exist, like, you know, whatever, Christmas or holidays and stuff, and you just take for granted, even though the modern meaning could be morphed and warped from what it originally was meant to be, or even if you don't know the origin, or even if the origin is arbitrary, you accept those things mindlessly, where if some new tradition like that was established, you'd say, oh, that's stupid, that doesn't make sense, blah blah blah. It's like, so you're arbitrarily accepting something that you otherwise wouldn't accept, and the reason why is because it's just already established, not because there's any actual reasoning behind it otherwise. This was actually a pretty bad sequence of moves by me, but they're not really punishing it at all. This is okay, I guess. So yeah, people will accept it and defend it so fiercely, like, and then they'll even use ex post facto justification in another way, like the fact that, oh, there's that great game by Magnus where this and that happened, and the problem with that is the fact that bro really thought he did something there. Bro really thought he did something. Fuck. It's the fact that again, because it's already there. Because it's already there, bro does not understand who he's playing against in the game, clearly. Like, do I need like some sort of a title on my account or something? The Smurf who doesn't know they're a Smurf because I just always underperform, but I'm not really a Smurf at all. Alright, can we just wrap this shit up, please? Bro is outclassed. Okay, bro. Okay. You could actually just take that. My point was that I keep getting distracted from is the simple fact that I almost just did that too. Just don't get a stinky little stalemate over here, please. They might actually. If you're pre-moving, you got to be careful. Stalemates are the bad karma you get for either pre-moving or for over promoting. Like if you try to promote every pawn just to BM them, you might get a stalemate by accident because there's too much material. You know, you keep restricting their space. But my point is that people will defend it like, oh, but there were these great games by this one GM where they used the knight very effectively, or there's this other scenario in which there's this other scenario where it's been used well, and there's all this theory, and you can use it well this way, that way. But that's, again, that's ex post facto justification. That's not you justifying it from an inherent perspective. That's you justifying it from a reactive perspective. Like, well, it already exists. It's already been used. So therefore it's justified for this and this reason. Not like an inherent perspective. You're using kind of external factors. The bishop has been used really well in some games too, or you know, the rook has been used well, and the, you know, you shouldn't have to qualify it like, oh, this is good in these positions, like a knight's good in closed positions. Like, well, but you could say a bishop's good in open positions. You could say, you know, you shouldn't need to qualify it by saying that. You could just say it's good, period, right? That's actually the tell. Even better players, well, actually bishops are better in knights are good in open positions. I'm not denying that they're good in open positions. I'm saying that you shouldn't need to say it like that. Like, a rook is just good, a queen is just good, a bishop is just good. It might be better in open positions, but you know, it's at least intuitive, it makes sense. But with the knight, oh, knights are good in blank position. Not just knights are good. Knights are good only in this circumstance. Or, oh, octopus knights are good. Or, you know, something like that. The best form of a knight is where, like, the best form of a knight is when it stays in one spot the whole time and doesn't move and just is kind of out of the way, like not actually active, not actually doing anything. There's no such thing as a knight pair, right, that has any actual value to it. I don't really even want to do that, but I'll do it anyway, just because I'm a clown. I have certain structures and moves that I make that are just a comfort level, and I like that because it defines my style of play. It's like somebody self-actualizing some chess journey along the way. I'm not doing it because it's theory or because it's the best, or even that I think it's the best. I'm doing it because it's preferential. Like, oh, it suits me. That's how I like to play. That's how I'm comfortable. These are the positions that I like, right? And that comes about for no other reason than my preferences, right? Now, a lot of that you might come to realize is bad, but I feel like everybody does that, right? Even good players do that. Along the way, you know, when I was young, I had to be more aggressive. When I'm older, I had to be more defensive. Like, people say stuff like that, even grandmasters. There's no like, oh, well, you're making the best engine move or that style of play all the time, right? It's not always about that. You have to do what you feel comfortable with, and then eventually you'll get better and have to adjust and stuff like that. So I like that. You got to embrace your style of play. Even that's a little deceptive too. Better players will tell you not to do that, like, oh, you should just do this exact thing because it's the best thing. And I'm not denying that it's the best thing, right? I'm just saying you can't always play like that. You can't always know that or do that, or you'll be out of your element. So I end up playing these very closed defensive structures and, you know, kind of stale drawish positions, which is kind of stupid, but that's what you realize. It works better because you don't have to. I don't really want to trade this right now, but, you know, it's safer, right? I'm not good at attacking, or attacking is just difficult to do, however you want to frame it. And so if you do that, then, you know, like, for example, now I want to trade the queen. That would be a very nice thing to just simplify the game. And so you should be able to do this because you're putting forth such a big threat and you're doing that. So it's almost impossible for them not to trade the queen. And I always consider that like a winning thing. Like, oh my goodness, it's an even trade and my position is not great, but just because I did that, I feel so much more comfortable about it. So am I gonna have a chance to win this when I won the only game that I played so far, but because of how long it took, I'm kind of screwed. This is uncomfortable because they'll have the open file for which I won't have a cover, and I don't want to. Something bad could happen because now I'll move the king over to try to stop it from coming in, but then the bishop is going to have easy prey in the knight. This is like a really awkward spot. You're better off probably, no, but then you can still go there. Like, I want to make this move, but then, well, let's see. It's like a move order issue. Like, I can't go there now, but I don't have to go there now, but then something could happen later. Maybe you're better off going like this and then going like that. It's just always such a vulnerable piece. It really triggers me so much. There's some moments where I've enjoyed using it, but generally I just hate the knight in all its forms, and I think unfairly of an objective level. Like, it is the worst piece on a game-to-game basis. Like, there's so much data to support that. People always try to argue it, but it's just an objective fact that it just sucks. If you take, I take with the pawn, it's not a big deal, or I could even take with the rook and trade that too. Let's see. Their rook is still covered by the bishop, everything's fine. See, this is the kind of position, like, I'm so comfortable here. The pawns are fine. Like, you can't lose a game like this, right? And the only way that I would lose it is if I just make some obvious mistake and just clown up. You can even see my confidence. It would almost imply that you are comfortable in endgames, like, oh, I'm an anaconda chess personality type. Like, I did take that quiz, and that's what Magnus Carlsen is considered. But what it tells you is that you would basically be like, oh yeah, now I'm going to squeeze the water from the stone and win the end game. But really, it means that I'm probably going to draw, or I'm probably going to flag them and win in some unsatisfying way like that. Hey, Galez, how's it going? What is that emote? I can't even tell what it is. It's like somebody like eating a lollipop or drinking from a straw. Some of these are so small, it's impossible to even make out what they are. Or like there's such fine detail to it. So if you take, I take, they take, I still take. This is the position that I get in every one of my games. The problem, I guess, is I'm not playing around his bishop color. In fact, I'm almost playing into it in a way that's really dumb. Sippy mod, I see. Okay, this one. Let me go here. So yes, now he'll win because of the nuance of the bishop. Oh shit, that's actually kind of bad too. I guess it's not a big deal, but like the nuance of, oh, my pawns are on light squares and he has a light square bishop, and somehow that little element that I didn't play around that fact, I should have thought of that too and played it differently. So now I end up losing because of that, but in reality, it should probably be a draw, as every chess game ever should be. And that's a fallacy that people say too, is oh, when chess is played perfectly, it's when chess is played perfectly, it is a draw, right? But that's not actually true, because it's not just if it's played perfectly. If it's played in a long time format, people have enough time to think, so they'll see the obvious things, and so nobody's going to make an obvious mistake, so it'll likely be a draw. And at a moderate level 2000 plus, it's going to be a draw majority of the time. And also at a, so if it's an even matchup between, you know, one 1500 versus another 1500, there's still going to end up being draws a lot, or once you get to a certain point. And the reason why is because the reason why is because of the simple fact that, again, an even matchup between good players in a long time format equals a draw the majority of the time. Not just, oh, it's played perfectly and this and that, right? There's more to it than that. They'll take, I'll take, they'll take, like, I could do it, I just don't know. This is the pawn exchange that we've been waiting on for like an hour to try to figure out. The problem is this check that he keeps flirting with the idea of doing. Maybe I should just ignore it for now, and then I need like another cover there, and I just can't get it, so I can't do anything. What do you get for participating in the arena? I don't know, actually. You get like these tournament points that, and then if you win them, I guess you get like this trophy icon on your profile that people show. Like, better players always have those. But yeah, like you get these tournament points. I guess it's just for the esteem of doing it. I don't think you can really do anything with it. But yeah, it's just kind of fun. It's the same sort of thing I would be doing playing against random people anyway. I guess I'll take that. I'm not 100% sure what's happening. Maybe you can use them for something, but I'm just not even sure. So now it will come down to a bishop versus bishop match. Yeah, just to flex your little chess mojo on an inflated website in a virtual tournament setting. Which many years ago, this would have been considered even more ridiculous than it is, because I don't like the position of my king right now. It would have been considered more ridiculous because all these title players and better players would not have validated the online space because of streaming and all this new culture. They would have ridiculed it even more. Like, they don't even play online, or they don't care to play online. Or maybe they did play online, like some of these young kids growing up who are really good now. But what it means is that they would have not really talked about it or made a big spectacle out of it, or they would have just done it as a necessity. something bad could actually happen here. Like, I don't know how they've ended up in this position at all. You could technically do something here because that's such a hard piece to cover for them. So they might miss something with that. But they're certainly playing around my stuff better, but they would have to bring their bishop down to here, which is really hard to do. Or now is where you make some really nuanced reversal where you try to change the colors of your pawns, but that's really hard to do. There was some lesson on that I saw once too, like how do you change the color of your pawn structure, and it's like super hard to do and takes like many moves. Now I could finally make that move, but let's actually keep the pressure on and see what he does. And now we could try to keep switching the threat. Then if they move this, then I can take that one. Cash prizes are only for titled events. Yeah, that's probably much more down the road. Let's see. I'm still in a comfortable position, but some of these just take way too long to resolve. And again, how fun is that? You spend so much time doing something only to get a draw out of it, not even a win. I want to study 20 years of my life to make minimum wage and to get draw the majority of games, said every grandmaster ever, apparently. Chess players are supposed to be smart, but look at that waste of life, waste of your time, and terrible life choices. Not saying that they do it for the money, but goddamn, that is the actual average salary historically of a GM, was like $2,000 a month. You're making like minimum wage. And it would only have gone up now because of the streaming culture and that scene, I guess. So you could move up with the king now and try to finally do this, I guess. Then that opens up a good diagonal if the bishop to attack onto there. In all honesty, as much as I don't like doing that, I should pretty much have that pawn, because yes, you can cover it with the bishop. The problem is it sort of locks down my king now, but it locks down your bishop then too. Right? That might have been a mistake, but what I should really do is I should put it here, and then I don't have to worry because, okay, dude. Because then it's just on the lockdown there forever, and then I can start to move my king the other way. Bro is really going to chase my bishop with the king the whole game. He's going to make a mistake though once and go here, and then allow me to... He's going to block his own bishop with it. Watch. But then he thinks he's going to do a king unleash move and just... So this could be a good opportunity to change the colors, as much as I don't want to do that. Because now, think about it. He can't target that anyway. It's impossible, right? The king is too far. So you can, even though it's in an odd spot, this is the nuance of pawns in the endgame. I'm just going to flag this guy. But the point is, you can change the color now, and you know why, is because he can't do anything to it. So it doesn't matter if the pawn structure makes sense or not. Yeah. Again, it could be a draw if I wanted it to be, but I'd rather just win on time, because that's really fun and satisfying, isn't it? So now I don't need my king there, unless his king comes through to cover it on the dark square potential, which he easily could, I guess, so maybe I shouldn't do that. So now what we're going to do is we're going to unleash this into a pass pawn state, whether he likes it or not. Because if he takes here, then fine. If he keeps going, then I take, and then you're still in a good position to do it. So you could just keep going, or you could take. If I take, they take. I kind of would rather do this. And it's covered by the bishop itself, and I could go here now too, or I could take for free. So now he's in a very questionable spot. His bishop's on lockdown here, although I do have to account for that pretty well, because now his king is going to give up the ghost a little bit. Although the problem with it is the fact that if I move... I kind of messed up a little bit. Now, if I move, right, then I'll move the king to try to go up here. But then the problem is I lose that. Bishop attacks. So now I can't even do anything with it. What could I do with the dark square bishop now that would be good? I played that pretty well, but now I don't know exactly how to finish it. I might have missed a move somewhere. Oh, this kind of solves it though. Now I can bring it behind and attack that. Or, you know, I could even block it too. Like, but you kind of have to be ahead of it a little. This is so annoying. Like, you have to go here and then you have to move the king and then, okay, dude. Look how roundabout this is. Now I can move the king finally. And he's still gonna do something stupid. This is what you get, man. You want to play a game of chess, this is what it's like. So now it's perfect because you don't even have to do anything. He could come forward there, though, so I don't really get it. You can just block it overall. Now I can finally push it, I guess. Okay, bro. Now he can't come through, but he can come through later if my king moves away. This is, like, impossible. Like, why is it so hard to... I'm gonna accidentally get a threefold repetition too. I can't even still do it. Bro. I guess it's still a draw. Like, this would make it seem like it's not, but... Or maybe it's worth it to even do this, just to clear out my own pawn, just so I can attack the other side. Like... You gotta be kidding me. I'll do it. Because there's only 11 seconds left, but, like, this is making me really impatient. Now I can attack all these pawns. So, yes, the right move was actually to... Maybe to give up my own pawn. Look at this, dude. Yeah, I still don't want to win by... Oh, shit. I could have sacked it and done whatever I wanted, but he's the one who's low on time, but I'm starting to panic. So now let's see what the overall top ranking is, and it is... they're only at a modest 16, of course, so... How could I possibly catch up, even though I'm undefeated? I've won every game. Like, come on, bro. Absolutely stupid. I'll still get a decent ranking, I guess, but it's just so unfair. So if I win the next game, I'll get up to 8 points, but then, you know, I'll still be... That would be kind of cool, though, if there was some trickle-down effect, like, where these, if you win enough of these tournaments, you still make a certain amount of money from it. Not a lot, but then people would smurf, and it would kind of, you know, be deceptive, or people cheat all the time anyway. Even in higher-rated tournaments, I'm sure they do. I hate to say it, but, like, you can only regulate it but so much. It's very impossible to... I'm going to do my little Kramnik roleplay, I guess, but I never accuse people of cheating, but I always recognize the inherent reality that it would be so easy to cheat if you wanted to. Like, somebody's online, even if they're showing face cam or whatever they do, right? Some of these GMs and stuff, streamers, you could just be there's a million ways to do it. And again, I'm not encouraging it, and of course I'm the last person who would ever do something like that, because I believe in making things harder for myself. Like, I won't even study. I consider studying to be cheating, or something, you know, something like that. But my point is that they could be having a friend sitting next to them. They could have a phone to the side. They could have, you know, somebody, you know, oh, like, Danya's looking off to the side, so that means he's cheating. Like, that's what Kramnik said about something, some moment that he was, like, looking off somewhere. Like, my kid's playing off to the side, and I just want to make sure they don't get hurt or something. Like, there's a million reasons to why that could be the case. Let's see. We go to here. The reasonable move, but they can easily deal with it. There's just, like, a lot of back and forth in chess that can be very frustrating and hard for low-rated players to understand. And the reason why is because sometimes you're supposed to even play like that, but it feels boring, so people don't. And they, you know, you have, like, this simple-minded mentality of you want something to always happen. Like, if you're not immediately attacking and posing checkmate or doing something like every move, then it feels like a waste. But there's a lot of this slow kind of in-between stuff that happens. And so this is annoying because that was a good threat from which you should have gotten something, but now it seems like you get nothing. And it's very irritating because it's just a waste of time. I'm gonna go undefeated. Like that's at least my guarantee. It doesn't matter though because I'll still not win the tournament. Like, it's literally impossible. Like people are like win trading or doing something. How do you win? Literally, again, not that how do you win every game? How do you win every game more so than even what I'm playing? You could do something cheeky with this because like it's stupid, but you can't do it. So now it gives me a free move at least. I don't know. Okay, never mind. See, whenever you try to do something cute like that, this is what happens. Damn it. You want to play? Okay, let me just finish the tournament. Or I guess we could still do it because I'm so confident that it's pretty much over. Like that I'm not going to win it. Oh, this turned pretty bad. What's your username on here? I don't know what the heck happened now. I'm actually probably going to lose this one, come to think of it. So I thought I was in a good position, but guess I got overconfident or something. Well, that's already covered, so I don't even have to worry about it. They could go here. Okay, bro. Okay. That was all born of like, oh, I thought I had a good threat or something, and then I'm trying to do something, and then when it doesn't work or you try to overextend it, do something fancy that you totally don't have to do. That's a good example, right? The one game that you won't win or draw will be the game that it's a very ugly pawn structure by them, I'll admit. Will be that like I do an unforced, unnecessary thing, and then it sort of snowballs into something, and you kind of get a little dejected. Like it didn't have to be as bad as it was either, but you sort of start to throw a little bit. All right, fine. That's gonna be kind of pinned anyway. Okay, bro. Like, see, he didn't do anything really that noteworthy. That's the problem. This is often how games end. It's just like, or I mean, how you lose, or even how you win. It'll be something very unnecessary, very easily preventable. So it's that's the biggest killer, right? Is that you try to make something interesting happen, and that's your first mistake because chess is just inherently not an interesting game. And again, don't take my word for it. Take the best player's word for it. GM, super GMs, the draw rate, the repetitive, stale nature of it. And you might use that to encourage faster time formats to say, oh, that's why you should play Bullet and Blitz and stuff. But I disagree with that too because that you're just kind of hiding from the true nature of the game by saying, well, it's a perfectly designed, so complicated game, right? Turn-based game. But then you try to turn it into a real-time game to subvert the flaws of it. So like, well, now it would be a draw, but oh, we're gonna let time dictate. So it's a little deceptive because, you know, if you like the game, then just play the game. You shouldn't have to. I have to change my art and stuff here. Hang on. This is my little mini permadeath aspect of it. I should almost treat these tournaments like they are permadeath, but it doesn't matter. And again, it's not like I'm doing them for any special reason. I'm just doing it because I've enjoyed the structure of it, I guess. And especially... okay, I kind of lost where I was here. We had done the My Little Pony one, Discord emotes. There are some that are a little bit distracting, but I would never stoop to using a piece set as an excuse. I don't actually know where we're at. And yeah, it's like cheating if I play with the current one. So now we waste time doing this too, but whatever. We've obviously lost. Oh yeah, we get to use the Star Wars one pretty soon. I do like that. The problem with ones like that is that they're different on either side. So it's like... I completely lost track of where I was on this one. It was like the Neo Wood, part 1,000,000. Oh yeah, it must be here. Okay, so this is like Neo Wood version 2. Then I have to do the image too. This is very tedious. Okay, I'll challenge you 1 sec. So we did that one. This is number 2. This part is always a little tedious, but it's a good psychological conditioning that when you lose, you have to go through all the trouble of doing this. And these are just like my random thumbnails from... Yeah, I'm totally not trolling this guy either, but... Okay, let's go here. I'll challenge him. I do like how it shows your stream actually in the whole tournament overall. That is pretty good exposure for whatever it's worth. Like, it's one thing for it to show it to your opponent, like, oh please, it's inviting them to snipe me. But Cheek may... Oh, there's another M. Okay, let's not do a rated one though, just for whatever's sake. Let's do a game, 10 minutes. Okay, let's actually not keep this guy waiting too long. Maybe I'll do the less than 2,000 one too, since this one was a disappointment, or since I have maybe a little bit of time. But typically I like this one more, the less than 17, but actually in some weird way I tend to do better in the other one, or it seems about the same. You get some really wild matchups in which you, you know, there's a major rating discrepancy. I don't even mind playing 2 games at once, but I tend to really struggle at it. Whether it's because I'll lose on time or something. You know, I can barely handle 1 game at a time, but it doesn't really matter now. It's not like I was gonna win this thing. Yeah, they'll take. You could pin this. That's like a simul tactic too, in the sense that, you know, oh, maybe I'll trade pieces and try to get it over with quickly so I don't have to worry too much about 1 game. Even if, you know, just in principle, it doesn't mean that I'm better than the people in the simul. Right, just like you're playing 2 people who are evenly matched as you, or maybe even better than you. So, or like it's the opposite. I did that once before. I was doing a simul, and like all these 2,000 rated players are farming me. It's like, yeah, that's exactly the opposite of what a simul is supposed to be about. That I would have actually gotten trapped if I go there. Wait, let's raise this. Oh no. You're gonna leave me with a very odd pawn structure, but okay, this dude is just gonna flag me. $16.05, so we're pretty evenly matched here. This is gonna be awkward for sure. I could do this, but sometimes that's sort of overstepping where you shouldn't really do that. I'm really bad with the kingside pawn pushes and stuff like that. I always don't really know how to deal with them. See, now I don't want to take, but if I do this, it's also bad. If I take, then they keep going. Then you don't want to take. Like, I have no idea. This can always be very dangerous. Okay, let's go here for now. play check, that gives you a heart attack, that it makes it seem like, oh, checkmate, like it's telling you that there was just a checkmate in that game. So here, like, I could take, they could take, and then I can't take. So, like, it's bad no matter what. So maybe I shouldn't have allowed this position to happen. And that knight is just in the most awkward spot ever. Okay, let's go back with that. They're bringing the thing here. Let's just put a little pressure on them. The other knight is still undeveloped. Oh, why did I read it like cheekmate sorcerer? Like when maybe he mistyped it in there actually. And of course, I was the original one to use the term cheeky in a chess context. Like, now it looks like, oh, it's a free pawn, but I'm sure there's more to it than that. Like when I would say giving a cheeky check or a cheeky threat, like where you know it's not going to do anything, but it's still, like, I'll just keep attacking the queen over and over, and it's not, you know, you're not going to actually win the queen, but you just do it to be annoying. Okay, they push that, which is very problematic, but actually it's not problematic at all now. They would take, I would take, oh no. I should have thought that they did that for a reason. Whoops. But now they can't move it. So what if I move the king and then I don't know. I didn't really think that sequence through very well. I just always underestimate people. Like I thought, oh, surely I have something now, and they actually mess up, but they didn't. Low-rated players can't make mistakes. I'm the only one who can, apparently. Even that's still covered, but I guess I'm not down by any significant amount. That's a pretty even position. In fact, their king's position is quite bad, so you would think that would give me an advantage, but they maybe could have done even more with that opening here. Oh, look at this. We're finally making this guy think a little bit. Okay, we got to get something going here, but again, this is a vulnerability, but it's very hard to capitalize on such things because I'm not good at doing that. They are giving me a couple free pawns here and there, for what it's worth. It's hard to really assess how good they are. So they could try to go to here and do it. I'd be happy to trade typically. And in fact, maybe I almost have to, but I don't want to for some reason because it's very hard for them to... it's very hard for them to even block the check here. And I guess I'll take it. That's fine. So we're in a relatively okay spot. Their king is... Yeah, obviously they can't castle or anything anymore. This is the square that you'd really want to stop them from getting to, even though this is a scary prospect too, if they come down. They take here. This game is progressing very slowly. So I don't know exactly what's happening with this, but this is a very advanced thing, actually, that nobody would ever do at a couple hundred rating points lower. And what it means is that they basically, you stop the rook from coming in by moving the king and stuff like that. Like, nobody would ever do that. It seems so obvious when you think about it, but that's like a good... okay, you don't want to necessarily let them give the check. Okay, they bring that there. They're going to do something cheeky with the actual bishop from that. I mean, they are up a piece, but they're also down a couple pawns, so normally that's not something that you care about too much. Like, as a low-rated player, you'd rather have the piece than the pawns. You're not going to use the pawns most effectively, I wouldn't say. You take there, they're going to attack there. I don't really care too much about it. You just gotta not make that one really quick move where you don't think about what you're doing and you kind of, you know, you just do something that you would have obviously seen, but you just miss it because you're stupid and you're moving too quickly. So we gotta consider time a little bit here. And if we can do that, we'll be in good shape, but you gotta really stretch your advantage a bit. Or I mean, you gotta bring in the knight. What was that feature where it would auto switch windows whenever it was your turn to time to make a move? I can't remember. I thought that was on here, but maybe it was on chess.com. So here you wouldn't really want to trade a piece because you're down a piece technically, in the sense that you got to really stretch it and it's more valuable this way. Waiting for one. At least he's burning some clock now. I would take, they would take, what if I don't take this? They're blocking their own diagonal, but it could become a problem later. I'm doing okay on time here, so now I have to squeeze it a little bit in terms, oh, couldn't I have just forked them actually there? Okay, they come back. I want to do something with the bishop, but he's not letting me. This could be dangerous too in terms of the actual that. Maybe I should have moved the knight there. Okay, we got 5 minutes here. They move that back. We could do this. They would take, I would take. Damn, I think I actually just missed the fork. Because yes, they could have taken a pawn, but it wouldn't have mattered. It would have still been worth it. So they move that back. I could attack it again. They move it back here. I just take it for free. So it's a very awkward spot. They still won't lose it, but it's at least a good pawn push that I'm making here. So guess what? This game won't even count in the tournament because it's going to go into overtime. So we both lose. Like we're like Fabiano Carana and Nepo in the candidates, where because they get a draw, basically everybody loses. And so now you have almost the ability to trap this. They would take, I would take. What is it that they're even doing there? I don't even know. They're going to win a couple pawns too, and it's perfectly fine. I can't really figure it out, but I definitely got a good advantage there. And I don't think they had to do that at all either. In fact, this position might be totally busted for them because of that pawn, but maybe I'm getting a little overzealous. You got to watch this position now very carefully. And I'm almost about to flag here. This should just be a mate, or I mean a trap, because they take, I take, and they're just trapped. Or they're not, but they kind of are. Oh, they'll go like there or something stupid. Okay, my turn. We got to cover this. They could give a check. What? Okay, whatever, dude. They give the check there. It doesn't really matter too much. They could give another check. Okay. Maybe I should ignore that then and just go for this one. Come on, bro. I can take this and then control the other one. Okay, so I don't know what happened there. I have no idea. Bishop's not in the best spot. Let's just try to trade the queen, I guess. I will take this one here. We can block off this with this. And so even if I just save one of these two pawns, it should be good. Just trade the damn queen, dude, please. They go to there, I go to here. Can I protect one of these two is a big question, and I just don't know. They have no choice now, really, but to give that one up. 44 seconds. They're never gonna trade. As long as they live, they're never gonna trade. I mean, this should be a worse to draw, I guess. So now you get to... They can move it once. It's probably gonna be a draw. That's fine. Let me try not to flag here. If I go here, this is kind of cute, I guess. They could try to do this. I don't know what this is even, but... All right, we got 9 seconds left. I was actually doing fine in this game too. It didn't have to be like this. Keep attacking the queen. I don't care. Yeah, now this is what we mean by a cheeky threat. Like, you just keep doing it over and over, and it's not actually doing anything. But then again, they're playing in such a way that makes this kind of annoying too. And yeah, I would say, oh, I would even have done the other tournament too. I guess I could because this one's over. But I would... I would be late, I guess, to join that one. But let me actually do it, come to think of it. It's gonna start like literally right now. That's fine. Okay, let me think if that's gonna be relevant. Like, I don't want to resign, but this dude is being a clown. Like, just, you've got 2 minutes, you're up by +5, but no, you're gonna sit here. Okay, dude. Now, could I do this in a clever way to actually get something out of it? Because the worst case now even is a draw for me, and the answer is they could sack their thing for it anytime really that they want. And so there's really nothing I can do. I mean, they can just go there. It doesn't even matter. They can just do it, but it's still a draw. Yeah, nice game, dude. All right, we got to switch the piece set. Good game. I would have rather the outcome been the opposite, like, or they're gonna somehow have a mating pattern, but really no. The only reason why it's not a draw is because I still have the pawn, not even because of anything that they've done. Okay, let's test out orc pieces. Neo wood. We gotta find this quickly. All right, let's see if we have any better luck in this. How is it still my turn? Like, why is he doing this? It's literally a draw. Okay, go here. Bro. I mean, he could end up losing now if the knight gets out of right position. Okay, let me try to find this. There were a couple Neowood ones like back to back. Okay. Ocean. Alright, let's do that, and then I guess I'll flag. I mean, if he keeps ignoring it, it's at his own peril. Just... Okay, we'll have to change the art too in a second here. I mean, it's one or the other. Either I win, or they're gonna actually take it at some point. Yeah, this proves my title to be true too, but I've said that a lot. Just the fact that chess is such a obnoxiously drawish kind of game. Let's do this one here. And I'll change the background. Okay, finally. Yeah, we could even do that since I'm not playing very well anyway, but my main concern is just time when it comes to this. Okay, so what we have is a position to we have the position to be able to I think I changed. I keep forgetting what set I'm even on. Okay, let's do this. We got a nice little V-shaped structure. You got this. You got the ability to maybe go here, although I maybe question it a little bit. Normally they don't allow you to actually do that. You can't do that. At least very comfortable development that we have here. They go there. I could go here. You could bully this around a little bit, I guess, but I almost don't even want to take it. Okay, let's wait on that. Yeah, we may as well. It would just save us time because that's what it's gonna be anyway. That's okay too. They take there, everything is fine. So now we have to come up with some sort of actual plan for what we're trying to do with this position, and I have no idea what that would be. The real goal is I wish I would have traded off a knight already. Okay, stop the pin. We gotta cover this at some point. This you bring the rook. I don't like this as a knight position, but there's nowhere else to really go with it. Okay, you go there. You could go here and try to trade. No. We gotta do that first. We gotta bring out the darks for bishop for maybe a bishop pair. We could do this though anyway, and then they would take, I would take. And then you could take that, but I don't want to necessarily. We could go back. They can't really take this at all. Okay, let's see what the move is. They push it to there, and I could easily take, and I guess I will. And I could take again even, and I guess I will. And they could come here. Would be maybe the one questionable thing with the rook, but they chose not even to play it like that. And so now I'll push this one with reckless abandon. Kind of the whole logic behind what we did with the knight. So now you have this is locked in there. And so I want to push it out, and I want to bring the bishop as well. But I can't do it here because there's too much pressure on that. So I'd rather just do it there. They would take, I would take, they would take. They'd have too much. You have the ability to just keep going. We want to open this. Creates a good attacking opportunity. Oh, I didn't see that. Sorry. Good games. Okay, now we go here. We take this. Everything is fine with that, although it could be scary. They could like sack it for some sort of mate after the fact. Or it's gonna somehow be a mate already. Okay, bro, they're trying to be all cheeky. They would take... There's no way that's actually gonna be the case. Thanks for the follow. Bro. I was even just joking about that too. Like, oh, they'd have some mate because they can just... What is that, dude? What is that? Bro. I don't accept that. But the queen is under attack. What the fuck? I am at a loss by that move. Like, I don't even understand what's going on. And they're attacking the rook. Like, what the fuck? Oh, I kind of random times. Either this time in the morning or sometimes at night. Like, okay, that'll at least save the mate issue. So yeah, either like 8 or 9 a.m. Eastern time or 8 or 9 p.m. Eastern time, one or the other, or sometimes both. You're from India, so I guess I don't know. I'd have to convert it. Like, let me see, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to India time, but I guess India has different time zones. But 6:30 p.m. is what it's saying, or let's see the other one, 8 p.m. to India time would be 6:30 a.m. or 6:30 p.m. So this guy dealt a crazy blow right there that I can't even understand how he did it. Where there was some weird mating potential that they had. Okay, see you later. Let's see here. Yeah, is chess gonna become even even more popular in India now because of the whole Gukesh thing? Not that Anand didn't already deliver on that. People forget the whole thing with Anand is like, oh, it would have been a big deal for him to just be India's first grandmaster, which he was, and that would have been enough. But like, think about that level of overachieving and not being satisfied with that. No, he wasn't just the first grandmaster for India, and then somebody else could have come along later and been the best, the first world champion. But oh no, he's actually going to be both in one, which is way overachieving. Like with Judith Polgar, with all due respect, obviously she's a great player anyway, but like, it's not the same because it's not like, oh, she's the first 2700 female and all of this, but oh, imagine if she had been the first female world champion in overall chess, like, or the first 2800 too, and stuff like that. Or that'd be just taking it to the next level. So this is kind of odd. I don't know what exactly I'm doing. They made some crazy move sequence where they were again about to mate me with the bishop, so I had to basically either sack a rook or a queen or something. I don't know why I'm even doing this one. This one was just like a bonus because that first one was so unsatisfying, and I'm not gonna blame this for like why I've lost a certain amount of rating, but it's two things. It's one, that it's super competitive compared to even amongst the same rated players. Somehow they just try hard and something's different. But also, it's the fact that you're playing games sort of back to back to back, and I don't like to quit out or leave in the middle of it. And so it's a situation where it's a situation where you yeah, bro is literally 2000. Like, why are you smurfing, bro? Just do whatever you want. Like the way he won that was insane. All right, let's go. Pieces ocean. Yeah, I at least recognize a good win when I see one. Like, that's just nuts. Maybe he didn't know entirely what he was doing and it just kind of came about, but aren't these like exactly the same? Woody Ocean. Okay, now we got to do the art again. I'm gonna run out of these. But no, I've been pretty dedicated to actually doing these tournaments where like I'll do it. It just kind of fits now. Like, so I'll wake up and do it, and then I'll do like a short 1 hour stream like what we're doing now. But I'll do the tournament and then I'll come home at night and also do it again at 8 at night. That's how I've almost been scheduling it. which is sort of just incidental. It's not like I really planned it that way, but you know, I don't really play that much now, so, or I don't really stream that much. And I've been playing way too much chess to the point where I'm getting a little bit sick of it. Just like, I don't mind it as a secondary category, but as like the main thing I'm doing, because this is all I have time for, I guess it's kind of easy for me to do that sometimes where it's like a card game or something. You can just kind of go in and just do it and it's no big deal. But you just go and play a couple matches and move on instead of something more invested, more involved, like a story game or something. Which makes it seem maybe simple, but it can still be super complicated and hardcore, but it can also be very, you know, kind of you just get in, get out, and have like a quick sense of satisfaction from one game or a couple games. Which you could say that's true of almost any multiplayer game in general, but that's kind of the purpose that it's serving. So that's good because you open the king, which I always consider a good advantage, even if it's really not a big deal. And so you have the ability to, you know, you didn't have to do that at all. You could have literally just moved. There's nothing, you just gave up a piece for no reason. I love that. That's why bro is 1100. I hate to say it, but it's like, you literally were fine. There was nothing happening with that. Maybe I should have used the other pawn, in fact. And then if you... No. If you do the queen, I'll do that. But if you don't... What? Oh, okay. I'm making fun of him, too. So what happened there? What happened? The fact that... Okay, dude. What is that, dude? Just forget it. I'm not in the mood. You gotta look for more than like 0.1 milliseconds of what you're doing. Like, think about it. Even if you're a super grandmaster, at times you can make mistakes like that if you're moving that stupidly fast. Like, you have to think about it for a second. You can't just play like a total clown. I don't care. So let me see what I should have done in that. Like, you feel like you've won a piece and then you get annoyed by it. Right, because you feel like it shouldn't come down to that. But they do that again. Then I'm supposed to do what? Like, just give up the fact that you're gonna win that at all. Now, if you take, I take. That is incredible, too. It's the old convince your opponent you're bad, and then they underestimate you, and then you end up catching them off guard technique. We got the double stack. There's no back rank possibility or anything. I was just so excited that we opened the king that, you know, there's a great sense of always getting overconfident. You can have it happen like in even minor ways, that like the game just starts and you're winning the opening and so you feel like, oh, it's already over and this person sucks or something. You just want it to be over quickly too, because there is a certain boredom factor to it as well. You might get an inadvertent threefold repetition here because he does keep doing all of this with no purpose. Like, he's really struggling to materialize anything with it. Now you could do this and you could potentially win the thing, if not for the check that you could give there. Yeah, this is how hard it is to mate with a knight because it goes on and doesn't actually do anything. It's literally easier to mate with the king and the queen than with the knight and the queen, or with the knight in any form. So my king went from one side to the other in a castle position that is actually not too bad. So if you do that, I can double take. It still wouldn't be made. Are they gonna blunder their queen back somehow? They could go here. Okay. They would check, I would take, they would take, I would still take. You can't really do anything with that. Really nothing that I care to do right now. This has been sort of highly unproductive though. As much as I want to try to do these tournaments, I feel like I'm just throwing and losing games that I normally win, or just maybe playing too many games period, where like sometimes I would take a break or not sort of force it like this. So we win a pawn, hooray, that's really gonna make the difference right there. Or now they'll give a check from there, but they can't. Imagine if they do actually blunder this back. You could go there, gives you an open file, I guess. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take. I do actually get decent compensation there, but I mean, if you weren't down by like literally a million points already. Let's see how many games these people have won in a row. Like, absolutely insane. Bro, you won a rook. Like, what are you waiting for? Okay, you're just gonna run around the whole universe here. Bro, come on, bro. I'm not even doing this to be a bad sport. It's like I don't like to resign, so I want to let him get the win, but he's taking forever. You could literally blunder your queen now and it wouldn't even matter. Or blunder your rook. Could be a stalemate possibility that can always rescue you, especially against a lower rated player, but you shouldn't let that make you play down your competition, as I often do. You know, either you get overconfident against that like lower rated opponent, or if you're winning, or you can get nervous and, you know, choke because you're playing a higher rated player. So like no matter what you're doing, you turn it into a negative potentially. That's the psychological nature of chess. If they're lower rated, you get too cocky. If they're higher rated, you get too nervous. If you're winning, you get too overconfident. If you're losing, you get too tilted and frustrated. So like every scenario is bad. We could get a stalemate. Definitely possible. Especially if they get too cocky and move too fast here. Or yeah, this is the bad karma for over promoting, that you get a stalemate. I mean, do I even want to do the rest of this? Like, I don't even care. I kind of feel like, oh, I'm obligated to stay and not leave the tournament, but at least I can pause it. He might actually do it. I mean, you got to enjoy it. You know, this might be highest rated person he's beaten somehow. Like it's really impressive. You beat a really good 1500 player, even though I'm much higher than that. Like it's very impressive. But I would respect it more if you just ended it quickly instead of doing this. But it's okay. I don't even mind, bro. What is bro doing? Why is this even fun to do? Like at one point, go on for now another 100 moves. Like we get it. Okay, I'll be back in a second and maybe do another one. But let's see how many games these people have won. I guess only 4. So they've won 4 games in how much time? In literally less than 30 minutes. At least this one you can understand because, okay, you'll be playing, even though that last game was against 1100, you'll be playing like 1900s and stuff. So then it's only fair that, okay, you don't expect to do too well in this one, but it goes both ways where you get to be, you know, you're farming low rated players and you're not gaining much rating from them, but it still counts for the same number of points. So that would be when to use your berserk if you had it in this format, but you don't. I guess I don't see why not. Like you theoretically should, like just because you'll still have 5 minutes, so it doesn't matter as much as in like a bullet game. Okay, that was some wooden ocean, I think woody ocean. Let's see. Zurich pieces. This one doesn't seem to work. A lot of these just don't work overall. Okay, this is blue grid, which is meant to be like a background too, in addition to the piece set, but it apparently just changes that. Sometimes these will work if you wait a minute, like it's super laggy and it just takes time. But I guess not. Yeah, we'll do a couple more of these. This is my last piece of art, so I'll do it until I guess you can't even see what I'm doing yet. Or no, you can. Never mind. I'll just go until I lose one, which probably wouldn't take much, but you're seeing like the psychological weakness where you can obviously just, you know, it's nothing to do with your ability, even if you're playing the game for the first time, right? Like I'm making mistakes that you could easily see, and so I'm just not trying. How much did I even lose for that one? It should have been a lot. I'm just trying to give people good memories here where they get to beat their highest rated player ever that they've beaten, which I think that was for that guy. Whatever, let's just do what we can. It sort of teaches chess the right way though. Like you're trying to calculate a little bit and put forth some effort and actually think about what you're doing instead of what people often think of at the baseline at the low level, which is, I'm gonna study theory and openings. And like, I'm not saying don't do that, but I'm saying it shouldn't be something you're thinking about at a low level. Like it's not that, you don't know the London or you should study this opening or this or that. It's that you're just like literally blundering your queen and just giving up stuff for no reason. Right, it's just a very different dynamic, and so you should focus on that before you worry about anything else. We've traded off a lot. This guy's 1200. I mean, it's only fitting I should be playing people like that. But see, you could play somebody similar ranked in here, but they could still be vastly different rating. Like this guy could be 1900, but he's just having a bad tournament, or he joined late, so he's 520. That's how they do the matchups more. So even if I'm on a win streak, it doesn't mean that I'm going to play a high rated player. Like, how is a 1400 at the top in a 2000? Like, how is that possible? 18, like these always make some amount of sense. Or now he's going to start getting farmed by 1900s because that's what he should be playing, like these other guys at the top here. Like how, bro? Okay, just take that. And now all we have to do is just, I would take, but you don't even have to worry about that too much, or that's kind of a cute thing we have going on. If they take, I take, they take, I take. They take, I take, they take, I take, they take. I don't know what good this really does for me, but you can't do that. This should end up being even no matter what. Right, or maybe I lost a pawn that I'd already been up, I forgot. You could just trade. I mean, this guy's being very willing to trade, which against a higher rated player, maybe you should do. Like if I was playing somebody who's 300 points higher, I would try to do the same. You can do this, or you could trade, but now if I win a pawn, I don't mind it. So this is a very simple, easy position to play now, so it should be fine. Let's just go back a little bit. We have to keep an eye on the pawn here and the rook here, just make sure we don't give up anything too easily. And I wouldn't mind a trade again, but you know, that's always a good informed decision. Like, oh, I think I just missed that. Yeah, I see everything late and I have plenty of time. So it just shows you like, not only am I not trying, but I'm even like trolling myself. It doesn't matter what rating you're at, how good you are, anything. It doesn't matter. What matters is, oh, now they're going to do something cute with the, like, oh, they're going to give a check and then they're going to mate me with that, but they really can't. So I literally think I just won the rook and I didn't even see it. Or I did see it, but I just saw it late. And maybe I'll use that as an excuse. They're sniping me, and so they noticed that. And then they totally wouldn't have seen it, but then they heard me say it, so they addressed it. But that was a really odd spot for the rook to be in, at least. So now you're doing all kind of cute stuff here. You give a check. I could raise. They could take. I could take. I don't care. Yeah, I didn't say that one, so I guess they didn't notice that, even though that's even more obvious. Bro is actually playing like a 1200. Wow, what a surprise. Like, I don't care. I'm not even going to get anything for beating them. But I get my little tournament points, I guess. Bro is a glutton to blunder his rook, too. Or he didn't even have to. He could have just brought it back. Yeah, aren't I so impressive? I'm picking on low-rated players. 1300, yeah, I'll earn the right back to challenge somebody my own rating in time. I'll end up beating 100 people like that to gain 100 rating, but they won't keep giving me such matchups all the time. They stop the pin. Just like, don't play too fast, but this is the whole modern way that people treat chess, is just you know, like speed is more important than ability, apparently. This is always confusing, like where they can sack something, but I don't know exactly how it works. Now watch me make an inspired comeback by farming all these low-rated players to get, you know, on a win streak, but it just doesn't matter. Okay, I would take, they would take. You gotta get like go like this. They would take, I would take, they have to address it. No, but they can take back, like. That always mess up my pawns in a way that makes that not even seem worth it. you know, my desire to trade is often my weak point too, because I will just do it just for the sake of it sometimes. These pawns are so weak that I don't even care. You could move this here. Their king is wide open. I mean, that should be worth something. Let's trade again because I'm a total clown. Okay, it's still not a terrible position, but I don't really get what I'm doing. I guess mathematically you couldn't actually save that. Oh, look at them just fall apart there. Or now it's all part of their plan and we're going to actually win the... No way. They're actually going to win the knight when the knight seems like it's doing something. Unbelievable, dude. Now you see why I hate the knight so much. What is that, dude? Okay. You gotta be kidding me. Even when it does something good, it ends up doing something bad. You know, it goes behind enemy lines and then you have to go in and airlift it out and rescue it and waste your time. But it is a piece that sort of excels in those sort of stale positions where no other piece can get through, and it's very, you know, closed position and stale, repetitive trash that happens often, especially with a player like me who plays exactly like that. Okay, now their pawns are at least messed up. Double sacked disgrace of a position. I'd rather take theirs than defend mine, but oh, I already messed up because they... What? I'm just giving a lot of threats just for the sake of doing it right now. Now that seems cute, but it doesn't matter because now if they take, they lose that. So they maybe should have taken the other way. I don't think either of us have any idea what's going on, but it should still be moderately okay. Or I guess trading and playing quickly like that could be a moderate advantage too when you're trying to like win games quickly, you know, for the sake of the tournament, but that shouldn't really be your priority anyway. Then you'll end up playing worse and losing because of that. So pawn wise, I'm doing okay. They may go there ultimately. Okay, you're just gonna keep doing that? They go there, that's fine. I can even still cover that too. The problem is, I mean, I could even do that too if I really wanted to. This is putting my rook in a weird spot, but now I can try to push this with the king. And of course, their king is close enough to where it would still have some consequence. But it's annoying that I was even able to do that for them, I'm sure. So they may try to win that one, which is odd that they're even able to do that. Okay, man. Maybe I should just give up on it then. Just go ahead and have it, and I'll go to this side. And you'll take this one. Then you can check here. And then you can try to... I don't even have to really worry about that one. I could just go here. Like sit the king between these and let that one just trade off. And then the other one should be perfectly fine. Look how boring some of these positions are, though. This is the problem with the openings are preconceived, borrowed knowledge. Endgames are just repetitive, dry things. But I feel like a lot of people actually like endgames, though, and enjoy them. At least openings you can say everybody hates because they do have that repetitive nature to them. Now you have to cover your own, and you don't have time to worry about anything else. I mean, this should be an easy win at this point, honestly. Famous last words, but I really don't see how you can mess this up even. Bro is just giving non-stop checks. If you had gone up one more, I guess that could have spelled disaster. They have this one, which I really don't care too much about. Everything is covered adequately. It's perfectly fine. You don't even need the rook now anymore. And he could sack it, and I could still get the other one too. Or... Okay. Go like this, go like this. Just don't get some inadvertent stalemate. Arguably here you could say you don't even need the queen, but I mean, this isn't really to BM as much as to simplify and get it over with quickly. You go here. How exactly do you even do this? Like, you gotta spread them out a little bit. Fucking... Bro. Okay, go back again. We got how much time left? 15 minutes. I'm still rank 1. I'm still in a pretty good percentage because a lot of these people just quit out and play just 1 or 2 games. But I'm at how many points even? Top guy's going to be at 16 to 20 range. So it's not hard to place in some high, generally high percentage. I am at 4 game win streak. So if I win 1, I'll be at 8, which isn't actually that bad. You know, you can always be a bottom feeder clown, but a lot of people are there. Like, look how competitive this actually is, though. Even though these are low-rated players, right? They're just somehow people are try-harding it all the time. Okay, we'll just farm 1300s all day, I guess. Which again, you might think this is a little bit cheese and weird at times, but it does simulate somewhat playing in a real-life over-the-board setting because that's what sometimes happens for whatever reason. Higher rated player, you know, 2000 they'll be playing 1600s at times, and it just there's a lot of up and down. 1600s they'll be playing 1100s. So even though the matchups are adjusted, like you know, you will only gain or lose X amount of rating, but you have a situation where it's fair because you get to you know, it'll adjust the ratings accordingly, but you'll still get those kind of matchups. So it is what it is. I don't know why exactly they do that. Like maybe they don't have enough players to play against at those ratings, but or at those events because there's only so many people there. I don't know. So you could do this for sure, where you get to trade for the bishop itself. Okay, bro. They're gonna somehow escape it too, but I don't see how. Okay, everybody can tell that very early on too that I'm not in a matchup like, oh, I'm not too aggressive and I'm not, and I love to trade. You take, it would take, but it's not even pinned, so it doesn't matter. You could go here, push that one out, then I can pin it. That's what studying does in a way. Like, studying means that you want to be lazy during the course of the. Yeah. These are the two philosophies in chess. Do you want to work hard before the games and study a lot, and then work less hard during the games because now you don't have to think as hard because you already studied and have borrowed knowledge, etc., right, to carry you? Or do you want to not work hard and be lazy outside of the game, but then study hard and I would take, they would take, I would take, or I would take, they would take, I would take. I don't know. It's still fine. Right? I think I'm better off, or maybe I was already better off. Um, the point is that, yeah, do you want to, God damn it. Do you want to, now my rating went down, even though my rank, because other people are winning a lot, or no, it just lagged. 54. See, even despite my clown behavior, if I win another one quickly, I could actually be in a reasonable spot, like top 20, but then people are going to still keep winning themselves. Yeah, do you want to work hard outside of the game and study? That way, in the game, everything comes easier and you don't have to think as hard and you're using borrowed knowledge. So you're lazy in the game, but we're hardworking outside of the game. Or you want to be hardworking in the game and calculate and have to struggle, but you want to be lazy outside of the game and not study. That's more like what I've done. And then, of course, if you're really good, you can do both. But that is, my old expression, like, shortcuts cut short the work needed to succeed, something like that. But I don't like the philosophy behind studying because it's especially at a low rating. I'm not saying you never do it, but people sort of cheat the game in terms of just, I don't want to hear that, like, oh, you just started playing and you already want to study and worry about that. Like, that shouldn't be the thing. I don't like doing this move, but I just want to get the knight out of the way, honestly. And maybe I would have been trapped or something. Like, I don't even care. Just forget it. All on account of the knight and its obnoxious nature. I am playing a lot of low-rated players, but they're so high ranked that you get to like, they've obviously evidently done pretty well, so bro, you won't even let me just do this in peace, will you? It's so annoying. I guess maybe the only thing you can do is this and let them do that, and that's gonna end up badly later too. Especially in terms of the... Okay. Bro is just gonna be absolutely annihilating me every step of the way. Like, who is this guy? Like, who is he? And why is he? Why? Like, oh yeah, he sees everything. He's just the best player ever in the history of the game. This guy is literally the next Bobby Fischer. Like, how do you play like this in the game? Explain it to me. I want to know. If you're 1300, how do you play it? Tell me your secret to being both so bad and so good at the same time. Because how am I 400 points higher than you and you're absolutely just like body bagging me in the opening of this game? It makes no sense. In fact, you probably had a lot better opportunities than that too, but somehow they cut short a little bit. So you take here, you can kind of fork here, but you can't because you don't have the cover. If you take... You take there, which is not at all what I was expecting to happen. Look, bro. I don't know. This guy's playing in like just a mystifying way. Like, no wonder he's as high ranked in this, but I just don't get it. I don't know. I don't know, man. You can have it. Like, I'm done, bro. Just whatever. It could just be at times that people are really well versed in certain openings, but that is insane. Okay, let's just analyze these. I think probably we did all the ones up to today. I think I just did them at the beginning, actually. I just get tilted when people play like that. Like, it's so insane that, like, I don't know. I don't mind losing, but just they play like fucking nuts. To where I'm not saying they're doing anything, but they're at least better. They're playing a lot better than their rating would indicate, and I don't know. They're bringing in a lot of borrowed knowledge. So if you can survive the opening, you'll do fine. But like, it could be the polar opposite. Like, I'm better for different reasons, like just some innate thing or calculation or whatever, and then other people are more opening based or something else. So if you combine the two, then you have an actual good player. But I just refuse to actually study and do that. This one's taking forever. Some of these take like actually like an hour. That one game was bugging out. Like, I'm actually breaking the engine because of how much clown behavior we're putting forth. And so yeah, I'm not playing these at all anymore. Right, like I'm only doing it in tournament settings, which you would think would be relatively the same experience, but it's actually somehow a lot harder. Again, even against relatively the same rating, or even on average lower rating than you typically face, because I was even complaining about the matchmaking. Sometimes we were facing like 1800s and stuff, 200 points higher on a consistent basis, which I never used to really have that problem. Okay, hurry up. Yeah, this guy was pretty insane. I can't really understand it. And again, when you're looking at some of these tournament performances, that's exactly what you have to realize, is that they're just 1500 is at the top of this. Like, then you have a 19, 17, 15. Like, I don't know. I guess 1500s are just better than 1900s. What do you want me to say? How is this possible, bro? Like, how even in the act of doing that, you would have gained, like, what did he come in the tournament as like a 1200? You, in the act of doing this very tournament, you would have gained like 100 rating because you're winning everything. You came in as a 1445 and you leave as a 1502. So it's not even that he's a 15, it's that he was a 14. I don't get it. Are they doing some speed run challenge and they're a GM or what? Some of these I maybe was losing on time and I'm distracted because I'm playing another game, which I don't like to use as an excuse, but at least that's a different reasoning behind it. Yeah, what was that one version of chess I played? It was like we tried so many different ones because I was getting bored or just whatever, getting distracted in between games. I did Pokemon chess where you get to like focus on type advantages. I did that Code Geass card game where you had like the different, you know, every turn you could play like a card that gives you a special ability. Then I played even another one that was like the open world one was really cool. And then there was another one too that I was just thinking of, but I forgot. It had some other special mechanics in there. Yeah, the card game one is pretty diverse. Like, forget about Code Geass, but like just pretend it's anything. Like every turn you draw a card from a deck in addition to playing chess, and it'll give you like some sort of special effect every turn. Or I love that Chess Evolved Online thing, but it seemed like pretty dead. Right, the game itself is good, but just nobody actually plays it. Okay, hurry up. I finally like cleared out enough space on my computer so I actually have room to put games and stuff on now. Because like I had to do that because I'm doing that new game first playthrough permanent thing, and like Indiana Jones is like 120 gigs, and I got Path of Exile 2 because I was gonna do something with that, and then that's like 80 gigs. So like you have 2 new games, and that's 200 gigs right there. These companies need to learn how to compress their shit. And then even if I want to like, oh, I want to try GTA Online or something, that'll be like 100 gigs itself. If I want to see like what's new or what's changed or something. I'm like that with online games or multiplayer games. Like I won't play them regularly. I'll just come back to see, oh, let me see what's changed once in like 5 years. Like with WoW Retail, I don't actually play WoW Retail, but I played it like a few times, and I do it just to see, oh, let's go check out the Cataclysm Zones, or let's check out what's changed since last time. And just like once in 5 years, I'll do that. So forget about seeing what's changed. Like I don't even play it that much in the first place to know what it's like. You know, I wouldn't even know the difference. I could come to play retail now and it'd be like, oh, let's see what's different in the Cataclysm Zones, not something that's different from the last expansion, something that's different from 5 expansions ago, because I haven't played it since then anyway. Would you hurry up, please? Yeah, we just have such a high level of play that the engine can't even handle us. So we drew that one. And I think I won the majority of these, and obviously... Well, we drew the other one, but that's just because you offered it. Or oftentimes people will offer a draw, and then I'll end up losing after, which shows you my sense of honor, that I just refuse to take a draw. I hate when this happens. Like, dude, I just want to get it done so I don't have to remember it later. And again, I don't do these to actually look at them. I just want it to be done. Come on, man. Like, I don't care. It doesn't have to be that in-depth of an analysis, but... Now this will make it take infinite. This will make it take longer, I guess. Doctor 17. Okay, my computer's not going to be able to handle it. I need a supercomputer. Like they asked those GMs, like, do you have a supercomputer at home or something? 1 line, 15 threads. Like, I don't care about those. I just care about the... Like, the memory should always help it. Dude, I'll use Stockfish 11. Like, I don't care, bro. It says Stockfish 16 here, 17 here, even though I chose 16. Bro, it's like a bug when this happens. Or maybe I'm overusing too many of them in one day. And now even if I go to try to do the next one, it won't let me because, oh, you have one ongoing. Like, and even if I close this, it won't stop. Damn it. Yeah, there should be like a stop analysis button option. Or yeah, that's just, you can choose like which perspective you're looking from. Let's actually just look at it ourselves. I'll figure out the best moves myself before the engine even catches up. Or it shows you this with the arrows, but it just isn't giving you the overall. This will take longer than the whole tournament itself, just to analyze this one game. So this is all fine. There's always like some opportunity that you maybe have, but it ends up being you know, you end up not really taking advantage of it. Like here, I highly doubt there's anything. Oh man. How do you stop it, dude? Okay, forget it. See you later. Okay, so today we're doing yet another tournament, and again, I don't even mind if I don't win the tournament overall, which typically I don't do. Like, right here, it tells you where you should finish at the start. I'm the 31st ranked player, or something like that, and so I should finish around there, 33rd, right? But so this guy should win, but it doesn't really matter. And in a way, I'm sort of smurfing and cheating, kind of. Not really, but like, oh, I am 1700, over 17, so I should be winning, right, the whole thing, or I shouldn't even be allowed to compete, but obviously I've just been playing badly lately. So how long this arena takes? Yeah, it's an hour, which is pretty good for me. The other one goes on for a super long time. Not the less than 2000 one, but there's another one. Yeah, hourly rapid. That goes on forever. I think I did it once or twice when I had time, but no, the point is if I win every game, I'm fine with it. I'm a little bothered by how quickly sometimes people win these, though, because it feels like a bit of a cheese. Like, I don't know how they're doing that, really, but it's a little bit odd. So, all right, let's just focus. I'll try to win. And I'm going to end up reusing some of this art if it's something that, I've already used. Like, or I'm going through every time I lose a game, I have to change to another one from one of my thumbnail images, but whatever. If it repeats, I'll just use it again because it's too hard to keep track, or there'll be something minor different with it. But no, there's nobody here that should be too intimidating, that I should easily be able to beat them.
9.
And my rating is of course deceptive,
7,
but then again,
6,
I'm not playing at a very high level, and
4,
this is one of the
3,
biggest fall offs that you've seen, maybe partly because of doing these arenas, just because you're playing back to back to back games and it's kind of difficult to do that. But you should always be able to take a break. Buddy, you got blood on your face. Okay, let's see what we got here. Just watch to see when somebody wins their first game, which is utterly ridiculous. I mean, it does sort of trigger me a little bit. So that's a little bit odd. Go back to here. Everything's fine. Like somebody would already have won a game. And they're somehow setting up. I don't know how easy that would be to do, like to set up a win trading kind of thing where you just resign immediately. Like, it's not like there's cash prizes and stuff for this one. I mean, some of the other ones I understand, but I don't really get what the big incentive behind even, like, who cares? Look at that. Look at that. That's bullshit. That doesn't even make mathematical sense, because how could, oh no, like, how, bro, how? That's stupid. Even if you are losing, why would you resign that quick? Yeah, something's odd about this. I'm going to pull a Kramnik and question the integrity of how people play these, because it makes no sense, really, I must say. How? Yeah, I'm just supposed to win that quickly? Like, one like a one-off thing? Like, how? That's utterly insane. So you're double attacking this. I don't know. I'm just doing like basic development for now. Why is that thing not showing up now? What? It always takes a little bit to load. I like how it shows it here though, typically. Take. We're good to put a lot of this stuff, but especially the night ends up becoming very difficult because you feel like you're this would force a trade, but in a manner that I almost don't like. If I go here, they have to move the bishop and they almost can't move it anywhere, but then I'm not gonna have anywhere good to go either. So as much as I hate doing this, I like this move, but then this pawn is gonna get caught out. Like, there's always some issue with it. Like, your aesthetic pawn desire to make something happen. I'm very like particular about my pawn structures and stuff. If you go here, they would take, like, something with this just doesn't make sense, right? Like, something is off about it, but I can't do anything about it. So this guy is 1563, 444 games played. I should get to 2,000 rating before I reach 2,000 games, but obviously I can't even get probably to 17 the way that I'm playing like a clown. A little bit too much on there. You have the ability to probably just go back. This is when they might even feel compelled to start sacking pieces, because whenever you have like so many things loaded up there, you have a situation where he's on a 2-game win streak. A lot of people have already won 1 game, which they had won within like 30 seconds. So, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. If you take, I take. Everything else is fine. These pawns are really ugly, actually. We'll probably end up just going right back into there. So this is a bit of a nightmare game. You know, this is cute to do, but the reality is I'll probably just end up having to go back. And then I won't be able to go back even because they'll stay there and then it'll still be covered. So again, you can't fault yourself for winning every game and just doing the best you can. Like what are they getting? Like scholars mates or something? It just doesn't make sense. One of these knights is really, really out of its element. And I don't know what to do with the structure at all. Like this is such an awkward, ugly kind of game. Look at these pawns. Like who wants to play like this? I would take, they would take, or they could take with the knight. If they take, I take. They would take. Now if I go here, they would take, I would take, they would take. I need one more take. If I go here, they would take, I would take. They would take, I would take. Oh shit. That was maybe a bad idea, but then again, you might be able to. Well, that was just a bad thing to do, but you might be able to win one of these then as a result. Now you could have this, but you can't. You also have cover on there. You could do it like this now, where you're double attacking that with the thing. You're double attacking this with the knight itself, and so you'd have to move this knight in order to do that, which you could do, right? Because you don't need a cover on there. So this is getting a little bit messy for sure. I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. So it's a disaster. I shouldn't have allowed them to get that pass pawn. That was pretty easily preventable, I guess. So I don't know. There's almost mathematically nothing you can do about this. Very good octopus knight. There's going to be a lot of problems coming up. I just can't get rid of any of these right now. So that's too bad. See, I do something that's so like, I really hate the way that people look at chess sometimes too. It's like, oh, like this guy is, nobody really knows what they're doing, at least low level chess. Like nobody really knows. So even this, he's not going to take advantage of it, but that is a very strong position nonetheless. I don't even know what to move. Like I'm literally just have to pass a turn. You know, a lot of the difficulty comes from yourself. Like you could easily just trade stuff off, and you could easily just make things simpler. But there is this desire that people have, or at least I have psychologically, like you want to make the game actually more interesting, or you want to make something actually happen that's not just like boring and repetitive and stale. But then you just realize that you're playing the wrong game because it's just not how you're meant to play. So this knight is very strong, and it'll probably just sit there forever and it'll be fine. This would be potentially strong, but it might take them a while to figure it out. This is not going to do anything. They would take, I would take, they would take. I can't even double stack. Like, I can't do anything right now. I would do this to be a fork, but they would take, I would take. And now I'll try to do something wild just because I'm a clown. Now that's effectively a fork because you are covered. So I don't know whether that's really worth it or really good. It probably is going to be about even anyway, but that's at least a cute way to bust up the position a little bit. I do like that. Like, look at that fucking move. Is that really like a 1500 caliber move that you should have to make? But you shouldn't allow yourself to be in a position where that should be an issue anyway. So now you could end Pizant, and then I wouldn't be able to take it. So I don't know at all what to do. I could go here. And the knights are just so tricky sometimes that it's very hard to figure out what to do with them. So you're setting up for some possibility of a double stack, I guess. The knights can be obviously a weak link, though, that you can always exploit, but it's very odd. I don't know why I keep looking here as if it's any different. So many people are already on a 2-game win streak. You go here. He can't really give a check with it or anything. So this is going to be pinned, and it's going to be pretty hard to cover, pretty hard to do anything with. But you'll take actually that with it, but then I'll take that. That might have been actually a very bad move by them because now they're pinned and they can't bring another cover because the other knight is... Oh. Okay, never mind. Alright, whatever, dude. I think sometimes you are looking for something interesting to try to make happen, and you force it as a result. I'm at my best when I just realize that, and it's something people would sort of pseudo reject, but like you got to play like just really defensively and stale, and that does work even if you don't know what you're doing. Either you play that way because you do know what you're doing, like you're doing opening theory and stuff, or you just kind of play safe because you don't know what you're doing. That ends up being actually pretty good. And so it's hard to explain, but you basically just I don't know. Okay, I got to change this. That was pretty disappointing. So even if I had won that one, right, there's people who are still... How do you get 1 point? I thought a draw is like 0. Or no, a draw is 1. I guess I just don't get... 0 is just a loss. I guess I don't get draws too often in this. Brown hatch is the one. And you got to kind of almost force it and play for a win if you want to try to get, you know, have a chance to win overall, because you have to win every single game. Okay, these are like sort of themes that are actually doubling as piece sets, which you can't see right now, but we're kind of at a weird category in here. I'm almost gone through the whole thing again, which I should have been like probably 1800 by the time. I almost set that as a condition. Like if I go through my entire list of custom piece sets from A to Z, by the time I should get like 100 rating within that time span, but clearly I won't even be able to get back to where I was, so. Some of these will be so random, it won't make any sense. Like, it's just a random screen. It's not like it's some noteworthy moment or a clip or something. It's literally just some stupid, I don't even know what it is. It's like some random video about just me playing the campaign in some Hearthstone when the Death Knights came out. Okay, we go here. Set up the bishop pair. The knight could come in, which would be fine. But no, there is this constant bad habit of me trying to force stuff to happen. And again, that's your first mistake, is expecting that chess is a game where interesting stuff actually happens. It just becomes very stale, very repetitive. That's just how the game is. And again, whether you know theory or not, that's always the best way to try to play it. It just works better. Because either you assume you don't know what you're doing, obviously, or you assume that yeah, that's how you win games, I guess. So when you win, it's not satisfying. When you lose, it's not satisfying. See, now he should resign quickly and help me get on a win streak, because bro is at 12. Like, okay, bro, okay. The point is that you if you're look, if you're not good, you assume you don't know what you're doing, so you shouldn't try to take too much initiative. Just play it safe, right? Because you don't know what you're doing. And if your opponent doesn't, and if you're at a high level, then you assume your opponent knows what they're doing. So then anything you do is going to be futile anyway. So it's like, you shouldn't try to overextend or do too much that way either. Now that should be relatively easy to take in the future as well. Sometimes I have a bad habit of like going for pawns here, like where I keep pushing the pawn when you're always meant to not do that. But I would rather do it in this angle actually, because then you get to push it like all the way up to here, which could be very strong. So they'll take, oh, I just messed up though, because then they can double take. Like this diagonal isn't really that important right now, but they just don't even do anything. So I can go here. I mean, I've obviously already won because of the material, but sometimes I get lazy and, you know, so they can't actually take, like, I could put the queen there almost if the knight wasn't there. Or no, never mind. Okay, they take, I can take this. This is still not takeable. That I can't take. I'd like to just trade queens as well. I could double take that if the knight moves. But no, you end up getting like very lazy when you're winning, even by a little bit. So they could win this pawn, I guess, because they'll push this and I have to move this. Look, dude, I just want to trade the goddamn queen and they're not letting me. And I'm probably going to make a mistake in the process of doing this. It just makes it so much easier for me. So now it's a +3, but they might be able to do something good. This is a pass pawn. These pawns are pretty ugly. This is a good diagonal. I could do something here that's kind of a little sneaky. I can't take that. They could have taken this, but now they're out of position, I guess. That is a strong square. But somehow I don't really care. And then we can put it here. Put it here like octopus knight position. Give it check. So many things you can do. Yeah, that's cute. That's perfectly fine. We give it check here. Now you would need to basically cover You would need to basically cover the actual pawn, though. Okay, that's fine with me. More trades, the better. They just drag this shit out, too. Like, you know you're gonna lose. You just blundered a piece in the opening. Very satisfying. Like, I feel so proud of the fact that... Like, I love how I always say that. Even when I win, this shows you my objectivity, honestly. Like, even when you win, it's not like you're doing something that's really fun or satisfying or interesting. It's something very basic, very banal, very boring. And so, you know, when you lose, oh, I could have easily seen that if I just thought for like literally a second and I'm just playing in a rush or whatever. And then when I win, it's also like, oh, they just blundered something that they easily could have seen. You know, at a certain point, it'll get past that where you're like at 2000 and it starts to be much more high effort, much more nuanced. Like, oh, you theoretically could have seen it, but it would have been really hard and it would have taken you a while and stuff like that. So then it comes down a lot to time. So now if they try to go with the king, they do that. They just sack it. You can go here again, or I don't care. What if I go here? You could give a check. It's not really going to do a whole lot. Okay, bro. You can't even take there. This is covered. This is good. You should probably try to go after that one, I guess. You could take here. You go back. I could go here. Okay. I don't know at what point they decide to resign either. It's like, you know you're going to lose from the beginning, but oh, suddenly. Or, you know, it's the same thing with when people try to BM you, like, they're gonna promote like 3 queens and then they'll mate you. Like, how do you know is enough? Wasn't 2 enough to BM, or what? Why don't you make 4? Like, it's weird just how people decide. Like, how far do you want to go with it? Either with wasting somebody's time, or of course I'm the guy who literally always says I never like to resign. I like to play it out, even just to see a satisfactory conclusion. Like, I'm not even doing it to be salty. It's like I've committed 10 minutes, 20 minutes to play the game, especially in a classical game, so I want to see it through, right? And if I just want to see the result reach some fruition, and so let them get their proper mate and let them just have their fun, right? So it's not always about being BM or salty. It's like I'm committing X amount of time to do something, and so I just want to do it all the way through, whether I get the win and they don't resign or whether vice versa. So at best case, I would be at like maybe 6 points or something. I don't even think I've played enough games to... No, I've only played the 2 though. So it wouldn't even make any sense. So they can take there. I can go here. I have my little V-shaped structure, which again, people say, oh, it's a backwards pawn, which I still don't even know. I forget always what that means. But what it means is... it's like a high level thing, like, oh, it's going to be somehow hard to push them or something, but I don't push them anyway. So like psychologically, without really understanding the nuance of that, I'm satisfied with just keeping like this forever and I'll win the game with this structure. Now that won't work at a really high level, but you know what I mean? Like, I just cover the 1 pawn with 1, you know, the 4 pawns with 1 basically, and you cover that, and so it makes it worth it to do that. And then all you have to do is wait for your opponent to make a mistake later or something like that. So this guy's 1634, which is not that intimidating at all. And so I can't do anything with that. Nowhere good. You can go with the knight. Just go back. Sometimes it sounds like I'm giving my opponent advice, like they're listening to me and doing, like, I'm coaching them as we're playing. They could be sniping me, and it's like, I'm just saying, oh yeah, just do this, just do that. Assuming that they're sniping me. You give a check there, which really isn't a big deal at all. But yeah, maybe I get too comfortable with this, but this is a good thing that I've always enjoyed because I don't know, it just made sense to me. It was something I came up with sort of organically, and the whole backwards pawn implication is interesting because it shows you like I'm not thinking about it like that necessarily, but what it means is you're basically acknowledging the fact that I'm not the type to want to push pawns anyway because it's too nuanced or complicated or you're gonna mess something up, and I'd rather just sit there. And games at this level shouldn't really come down to some nuanced pawn push, or even if it does, it'll come in the very late game. So you just win a little material, and then you worry about pushing it later. So this notion of pushing the pawns in the middle game and trying to do something that way is a little bit too much. The problem is you'll give a check. Otherwise, I might have tried to do that differently. I always start off on with a bad game, and then maybe I win the rest. So then it becomes pointless, even if I was to do it. Like even if I was to. This is such an annoying position because they're just doing the same thing over and over and not letting me do anything. Um, so this pawn could be under attack. This thing, that could be a strong move because it could be hard to cover both. But all I would have to do is really move this. So you don't actually have a fork there at all. But you do have that, which is problematic. The problem is too, they'd give a check. So like I could try to match it 1-for-1, but it doesn't work because of that. So they take the pawn. That's at least a good move. I definitely didn't see that. And then kind of a mess, the position I'm in. But now you might win something from this, or you might not. I don't know. Probably not though, because you can just go back to cover, but it could lead to something bad nonetheless. Like now you'll pin it, then you're double attacking. Like this is just a knight's ability to cause problems. You thought you won a pawn with the knight. Oh wait, it's all part of my master plan because everything. Oh shit, everything the knight does, it messes up. You're still under threat, so it should be an effective forking position to allow you to take this, because if you try to take this, then I take this. If you try to cover now, you can't even cover it. You can't go there, can't go there. So now you actually lost the knight. So I love that as a bait trap. Like, oh, you think you do something good with the knight, and it actually ends up backfiring and costing you the game. That is the best, like, low-rated player piece of advice, too. The knight is a terrible, unintuitive piece, and you should just try to trade one off as quickly as possible. Keep one around if you have to, but really trade both. Keep a bishop pair and just ostracize the knight as much as possible. And also, when it comes to your opponent's knights, you should try to bully them, push them with pawns and stuff as much as possible. The knight is just a weak link, and you can exploit it so much. Even at the higher level, to some extent, that becomes true. Like even in openings, a lot of the meta comes down to like a lot of moves are made on account of the knight, like whether it's going to get pushed out by a pawn or whether it's going to get pinned or something. It's such a vulnerable piece. But yeah, you can always exploit your opponent's knights. You should always try to minimize the risk with your own knights. Always trade one off very quickly, and even if you can trade off both, there's no such thing as a knight pair. You know, there's never any reason to have two knights. Then somebody will point to some game from 1886 like, oh, well, technically there was this one game where the guy used the knights really well, but that's not the point. Like inherently, you just shouldn't worry about it. Because yeah, even if you want an octopus knight, you only need one. You're not going to have probably a position where you have two of them. You probably should lose this. Even if you do this, I would take the queen as well, so it's worth it. So they did something genuinely good that I didn't see, but oh wait, the knight was the issue. So now, even that doesn't matter at all. I mean, I could do it either way. Or they'll take this is the point, but I can't stop it. So it's still an even material, and my pawns are kind of messed up. That's fine. They can attack there, but I should do this first, actually. That was actually worse for them. You know why? Because they could have just done... They could have just let me take and then take this, and that would have been better off. Right? Instead, they decided to trade the queens, which only benefits me. So now we can go here. This should be easy now. Yeah, it was really their initiative. This is the number one way that you play against low-rated players, which not to say I'm not a low-rated player myself, but what it means is you just play sort of defensively and safely and wait for them to make a mistake and just don't be the one to make the mistake. Like, low-rated players always make mistakes, and so that's what the game comes down to. So don't initiate, don't attack, don't try to do anything, right? This is often my patented style of play, and just wait for them to do something and get frustrated. So either it'll be a draw and stale position, or it'll be you'll flag them, or it'll be they'll make a mistake and then they just they'll make a mistake, and because of that they get to you know, they're making a mistake because they're sort of overextending and doing something that they don't need to do. So they could give a bunch of annoying checks. In fact, they might almost be able to force something here, but not really. If I just go up. Maybe I don't like the position my knight is in, but they shouldn't really be able to do anything about it. This is still a little messy as far as the pawns are concerned. As much as I'm trash talking the knight, now that's the one advantage I have is an extra knight that the game may or may not come down to that. But yeah, just play by attrition and kind of drag it out and let them win by or I mean win by just wait for them to make the mistake. You know, everybody, you know, low rated players, you're gonna make a mistake, so just don't be the one to make it and just play safely and just wait around to try to punish their mistake. So this could still be a little sloppy. Because honestly, it still takes too much effort to win with this. That's what I would do. I would totally just go there, and then if you trade, but they don't have the guts to do it, I guess. So they're going to keep attacking the knight and make some annoyance out of it. Or they'll just keep spam checking, which you can't blame somebody for doing that, but I always hate that. Right, you just try to spam check, spam check, spam check. Either they'll make a mistake, or they'll get the 50 move rule, or they'll try to get a threefold repetition or something like that. It's a legitimate strategy, but like picture a version of chess where drawing is outlawed, or like that's how Chaturanga treated it. I think like if you get a stalemate, you actually lose. The person who makes the stalemate happen, you actually lose the game. Now this is all cute because like, oh, if they take, then I take, but it doesn't really benefit me. It's not like I'm double attacking it, so like I should set up to do that. Then if they keep going, I take. Okay, now you check, you guarantee the take, or something bad can happen too. Oh shit. But now they have to make a decision, because if they take that, I take that. If they take that, I recover it. Now, can I actually win this with the knight? Because the point is, I can even sack the knight. I can sack the knight, but what I can't do is I can't lose the pawn, because then I just lose. Or, I mean, it's a draw. So they made that a lot easier than it could have been, but I wonder how that would have been played if they played it actually right. The problem is now that it's going to take a little bit of work to do this. And the reason why is because look at how difficult the knight is actually going to make it for me. Oh my god. Is it going to be like a threefold repetition somehow already? Like, they can't come around, so I'm going to have to walk my king all the way around the board, I guess. Look at how difficult. You know, the real reason why you have an advantage here isn't even because of the knight, because you can't even really move it or do anything. What you can do is you can, now I could just let them take it, honestly. That's going to have to be what it is. They could honestly just let them take it. This is so stupid. Look at the knight, dude. Even when you're winning, you just clown the piece. What a clown piece, dude. Anything else would be so much more simpler and so much more intuitive. Ridiculous. Okay, let's wrap this shit up. Come on. Go ahead, waste as much time as possible. So you're punishing me from placing well in the tournament, which is a really cheese thing. Like, there's nothing I can do to prevent that. I could win as quickly as I possibly could, which I didn't do, but it's like a Berserk game. I could have used Berserk if there was in this format, and I would have done it within 5 minutes, or almost. Probably not now. But, you know what I mean? Like, it would have been okay if you just... Okay, we keep going. So we're at 4 points and on a win streak. So if we win again, we get to 8, which is actually not that bad considering where some of these people are at. But you have to get like a super quick win one time, which I did in one of these recent ones. And then I get a super quick win, and then guess what happens? I am still losing or something. Like literally, they resign within like a minute because I win a piece or whatever, and then I'm still behind in the overall count. So even in the best case scenario. So now if they do this, I can go back, which I hate doing this move, but it just happens. Once again, accounting for the knight so much. But see, what they've done here should allow me to punish them because they've left their king wide open and it's a very stupid pawn position. But since I'm not the attacking type of player, it ends up not really benefiting me. So if people identify that, they can kind of get away with it. The kingside pawn push is very something I struggle with a lot. Even if I don't win one, I at least want to place like top 10 or top 5 or something. Like, why is this so hard for me? I lose the first game, now I can win every single one and I'll still struggle. Because really, this might be the last game I even get to play. And the reason why is because... it's because of the fact that it could take like 20 minutes, or even between the next game, I won't finish the next game. So that's kind of a BS way a lot of these end, is the fact that I play it, right? Like we'll win this game and then we'll have 15 minutes left. And then the next game will take more than 15 minutes. So that one doesn't count for the tournament, but it still lets you keep playing it. 24, like what could this guy be doing? Like explain to me. I want to look at those games. Like I don't get it. It's not even about whether they... I just don't get it. It's not about whether they are winning or not. It's about how are they getting people to resign that quickly or something. It could be literally Hikaru Nakamura might not get 24 points in this format, even if he's smurfing. You know why? Because the other player might play it out. You know, they'll play it out. So every game could still take 10 minutes. You could have won a maximum of 4 games. Like, it makes no sense. I'm genuinely curious. I'm going to look at this guy's games after. Even if he's cheating, like let's say, I'm not accusing him, I'm saying, let's say he's cheating and he's playing 100% accuracy, there's still no guarantee that you would be at 24 points right now, because mathematically, how are you playing this many games? Like, what is he doing? How is he doing this? Or, oh, are you allowed to use Berserk in here? Maybe that's what I'm missing. Because I'm seeing like that. Is that what that means? Or no, that's just his profile icon. Never mind. But no, I don't get it, man. This is going to be very problematic, and no matter which way you go about it, it's just a problem. Now he's going to do some shit like this. This game could really get away from me because he's playing so aggressively, even though you should be able to punish him then for it somehow. That's one tip you can learn from the engine, even though you don't have balls of steel like the engine does. whenever your opponent's posing a threat to you, what does the engine do? And whenever I looked at that, it would be like, oh, it's not addressing this threat. It's not trying to deal with it. It's trying to, oh, I'm going to just pose a threat of my own and just ignore what you're doing. Like, and my threat is bigger than yours, or it forces you to address it as well. So it becomes a real problem. So if they push this, take, trade the queen. Again, that's what I should always try to do. They've queenside castled. They're putting on an aggressive kind of position. So the only thing I should do is queenside castle and everything will be fine. You can do this. There's absolutely no reason why you can't do it. And you can't even move the knight now. So the light square bishop needs to be developed, and also the other knight. So yeah, I like this because they can't even move the knight without trading, which I would love to do. I don't know what that does at all. They'll go like this, and then obviously that becomes problematic. Damn it. That would have been so good otherwise. To just try to compel the trade. Yeah, the problem is this isn't going to have a cover. Or no, it will have a cover though. If I move the queen away, I could just... I don't want to put it in too much harm's way. I just like the where this whole situation of where it is. Damn it. Okay, everything's fine. They're not putting a certain amount of pressure. That move earlier could have been very good. And even here you could, well, if not for that, you could double take and it'd be fine. So they would take, I would take, they could come back. Okay, so I'm +1. I'm up on time. Bro is at 28 points now. Like, let's just see how many moves these games are going on for, because I don't get it. This one went on for... Let's just look at them. It's not like I'm actually analyzing them, but it's incredible. I mean, give the guy credit, but this one went on for 18 moves. This one went on for 37 moves. This one on for 21 moves. This one, they didn't move, so they got lucky maybe with that one. You know, I'll give him some credit. Like, these games maybe are just being played fast, but I don't know. So this you can just take. And you can try to trade here. Everything else is fine. I'll try to develop the other side here. Give a check like that. I don't really care too much about it. I don't know. There's really not a whole lot you can do no matter what. Or you'll give a check there, I guess. I don't know. I don't get what's happening. Damn it. There's going to be some weird cheeky thing that they can do. If I go here, they can give a check. If I go there, they can give a check. If I go there, they can give a check. I don't get it. Or sometimes the big thing is that they don't see the full implication of what they're doing. Like, you know, just because they're in a good position doesn't mean they even understand it themselves. So I don't know what I just did, but it's okay. You know, I could do this theoretically, but then I can't because the queen is there too. Now at least you blocked off your own ability of your knight to do something. And the reason why is because you can't give that check now, at least. So I don't really get it, but okay, bro, hurry up. This is like a very complicated position, honestly. Which I don't know how we keep getting into things like this in a 1500 rating game. Yeah, see now, even if we get into the next game, I won't even be able to finish it because... What am I even at right now? I must be at, damn, like 80 something, which even if I won the other game that I played, it's a situation where that you obviously can't take with the queen, because then they could give a check and then I'm there and then they can finish me off. At least I think. Now you can go like this, which is kind of cute, and the reason why is because now the rook is in a little bit of trouble. You block out the diagonal, and then if you take, I could take. That would actually help me because it undoubles and it allows me to unleash the bishop itself. So you're giving up seemingly the rook. Okay, dude. In a way, you're gonna get greedy here because what happens is, well, I can't let you unleash that. So I guess it's fine, but it could have been that you almost trapped yourself. The queen can't do anything right now, or maybe it can. What a position. I mean, average 1500 rating game, which you could say you get in a lot of busted positions like that, but it's just not what I would expect. Okay, bro. What are you doing, man? Like, what can I do to get this guy off my back right now? He's just going on and on, and it's not even necessarily a good thing, but oh shit. What a guy, man. What a guy. Just look at some of these positions, though. I just don't get it. Something definitely takes on a different form in these tournaments. Like, you've seen me play in the random games. I don't know what it is that's so different. Right, the rating is very deceptive here. People just play at wildly different levels. Even if I was playing generally at a lower level than normal, it's just still very odd. I don't know. And again, it's the fact that you have to play back to back to back, where normally you might take a break or something. That does sometimes have a negative effect too. But I'm definitely playing differently than I normally do too. Like, I'm getting impatient and just, okay, I can't even change my goddamn set. Yeah, see, this game won't even count. It doesn't even matter because you get to this game won't even count towards the tournament thing because unless it ends very quickly. I swear there's some sort of win trading ring going on because sometimes these people are just clowning it up so hard. Which one am I even at right now? I did that one is number 2, number 3. This is actually a chess related one. And this is what you would be seeing a lot, but sometimes I'll make some minor. See, the way I made it was like, I have this little block that they're playing on, right? This thing of stone. I fucked it up. Hang on. And so I keep putting different text on there. I can put AFK, I can put some other message, road to 2000, the way that I do on my YouTube thumbnails. So yeah, this one says like a classical revelation because I was playing classical a lot then or something. That might be one of my like really old ones too, even though it was uploaded more recently. Like one of my super old streams from when I just first came back on this channel. So here you can go here, you can go here, so everything's fine. Am I going to lose to an 1100 here? You do get to farm low-rated players in doing this to some extent, but you also get to take on really high-rated players, so it's kind of a fun thing. I'm fine with if you take that. I'm fine if you take that. Is this guy going to do the really high-level thing that I always say, where it's like, you can identify a great player by the ones who won't trade? Or like I have a 3-layer expression with that. Like, good players will trade. Very good players will trades selectively, and then great players will keep trades just out of arm's reach and never actually do them, right? And they'll just win the game, or they'll just wait till it's really opportune moment to do it. So good players will make good trades. Great players won't even make trades at all. They'll just keep denying them and whatever. Or how about that one that was from my short story, which is like chess is 75% memory. What's the other 25%? Whoever goes black or white, like whoever goes first or second. See, I'm not even castled, but let's just make a couple aesthetic pawn moves because that's really more important. And this knight position is completely trash too. I should have done this just to threaten there, and maybe they'd be a little uncomfortable. Go here, then if I take, it still doesn't matter. Yeah, I just don't have like the effort level right now though. That shows you the stark difference. Not that these ratings are that meaningful, but like if you look at how I was playing, I don't know how I could even show it. Like if you do an insight, show me my insight from like a month ago or a couple of months ago versus now. I must be playing at a vastly different level. And the reason why is because, you know, nothing else has really changed. So you could do this. I don't really want to. I guess I don't have a choice but to give up my castle though. Which would make it pretty worthwhile for them to do it. But they won't. That's why you're 1100. Haha. So now you get to castle. Like you could have just denied me that. I don't know. I'm just not playing at a consistent level at all. Hurry up. Nothing's even happening in the game. Just do something. Which is bad advice. I'm always the one who says you should take your time. You go to here, you take. You're hitting that, which is arguably not a good thing to have allowed that, but it's okay. I'll move this, although that moves it right in the line of that. So if you go there, then I can cover it still. You go there, it doesn't work out too well. I'm always obsessed with this move for some reason. Like I always want to open the rook, but it doesn't always make sense. So the knight is totally out of commission and not relevant at all. I don't know what this position is. That probably is not even a good idea given the circumstance. And I kind of want to go like this too, so you can try to trade. Gonna try to come behind. What a creative offensive genius this guy is. The next tall, literally like go a 3-move sequence. I'll never see it coming. But even that doesn't work and doesn't make sense because you still can't even do it now because you have to worry about this pawn. But let's go like this then. We could go like this. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. So in a way, that is actually kind of good for them. So I kind of messed up and gave up a cover that I shouldn't have, but now I have it back. I wonder if they do this, what would happen too. They go here, I can't take. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. I could go like this even if I'm not worried about the dark square diagonal itself. The one thing you can't do is push that pawn. Well, this game isn't going to count anyway. because, you know, it's just going to be... I could definitely do that, and I definitely want to move this, but the sad part is there's nowhere to actually move it. You can never play down to your competition or underestimate things, or you can't get too cocky even when you're up material. All these things you have to consider. Or you can't get too nervous when you're playing a high rated player. Like I had beaten that 1800. I had literally beaten him, and then I'm low on time, so I mess it up. Or again, you can always get a draw, and then I turn down the draw because I'm too honorable or something, and then that ends up being a problem too. I can just kind of keep dancing around with the knight. This would stop them from potentially doing the threat that they keep trying to do as far as the thing. So if I put it now, I could do something with the pawn, but I don't want to. So again, just to think mathematically, even if I had won every game, right? Let's look at my record. I am at, so I would have been at 2, 4, 8, 12, right? 12, and even if I won this one too, 16. So my maximum output would have been 16, which means you would have had no chance of beating this guy. Like, how is he playing that many games that fast? He lives up to the bullet icon in his name, but he's even on pause too. Like, he's just quit. Or maybe they only let you play a certain number of games at max. It does feel sort of unfair like this. This is the one thing I don't like about it, which maybe doesn't even happen in real life tournaments too much. Like, you play a fixed number of games and then see who does best. In this case, you just play as many games as you possibly can, which you can't control because depending on your opponent and how long they take, it could just be highly variable. Right? He could just wait the whole 3 minutes and then we don't even get the outcome, or you know, you wait the whole 10 minutes every game. So what can I do about that? But at first, at least I should be winning every game, which I'm not doing. But bro is very slow. He actually played pretty well, though. Once again, like, people are playing vastly better here, regardless of their rating, than they would in a random match, which makes no sense to me why it's so different. Right, like an 1100 would not even have gotten this far, probably, against me. Or maybe that's just why it happened, because I'm thinking like that, like, oh, he's 1100. I should use that add-on that hides their rating, so I don't even worry about it. But I would only play these people if I'm doing pretty bad in the tournament, because it matches you against somebody at a similar rank in the tournament. So, well, not really, though. What if this guy was just at a super high rank? Because sometimes that happens, too. It'll be a less than 2,000 arena, and like a 1,500 will win it, even over 1,900s, which makes no sense at all. This bro is on a different level, though. He has this magical ability to make his opponents resign quickly, or play quickly, just period. So he avoided the fork, and he gave up the diagonal. And so I don't know what's going on. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. He took that long to make a move like that. Like, obviously I had the fork, I had this, but this seems like a waste of time. And he gives up the one big threat that he potentially had. You take there, I take there, you take, I could have taken with the bishop, but it's okay. I could take this, take an open file, but I can't leave that. But no, it's fine either way. Either you have the bishop or you have the actual queen covering that. Now you should totally take your diagonal back and everything would be fine. Or I guess I blundered a pawn. Okay, dude. This I don't really like as a position for the knight. But there's nowhere good that it's really going, and I can't get it to like settle into a position like where it's just comfortable to stay there. Damn it. I don't want to do that either, but I guess you could do it, because even if you do this, now we're double covering, so there's not really anything you can do, but you'll do like that probably. That could have been a really bad move, actually. Okay, bro. Okay. Again, it's already over, so this game won't even count towards that. And it won't really count for my rating either, because it's just a waste of time. Alright, that's the biggest favor you could have possibly done me, I guess. Or maybe not. Oh no, I fucked up. Even though I just said exactly what the threat would be. And in fact, this is terrible, because now I can't even move anything. Or it wouldn't matter, though, if the king covers that or not. Like, okay, dude. I identify how shitty the knight always is, but then I still put my fate in his hands. So I can still flag him, I guess. Look how I played around the bishop color. So haha, that it was all part of my master plan. Because now it would be very difficult still for you to do anything with this. So I just wanted to teach this 1100 a lesson that, oh, you could be a +4, but because of your time management and because of my brilliance of playing around the bishop color, now there's nothing you can do with it. So it's going to take you like 10 minutes to figure this shit out. Bro did not understand with whom he was playing. Although this could still be very scary, but my king is close enough. So this one is no threat now. This one is potentially a problem. If I go to here, it's okay. Again, you could do it, but you're not going to be able to do it in this much time. You have to cover this onto here. And you can just kind of deal with it for now. Keep making repetitive moves, I guess, but then you're giving them a little bit too much time. Kind of hard for them, their king, to come in too, isn't it? Like they can't even come through, so they're gonna have to start making pawns happen. Take. That could be potentially bad, dude. If you can do this, I'll really give you the credit, because this is too much. Like, how can you do this shit right now? How is it even possible? Okay, dude. I feel like I'm just losing and trolling on purpose. Like, I don't get it. And the funny thing is, if you still have like a remaining pawn, I wouldn't actually lose by insufficient material. I'd actually be fine. So that's the funny thing about it. So literally, can he figure it out in time? Probably not. Honorable win against 1100. What a champ, though. I mean, everybody here is just playing at a god tier level. These performances aren't actually that bad. How you get third place or second place and you perform at a 2000 level? So bro is just playing too many games. Once again, I love that that's the piece of advice. Like, I should win every game, right, that I played. So how many games did I play? Versus, oh, I should just play more games. Just play 10 games in an hour, which is mathematically impossible unless your opponent is in on it. Like, let's see what we have here. Atomic 297. What the fuck is that? Rapid is 56, which is actually pretty good. Isn't it? Like, I don't get it. I don't know how I'm doing so bad in some of these, but yeah, if you look at the rating loss, like in the last even 1 month, 1654 to 1563. In 3 months, we were at 17. Wait, where is it? Wait, wasn't I at 17 here? Or no, maybe it's been longer than that now. At some point, I was 17, 17, 21, 17, 27 there. Right, so that was in September. So October, November, December. In 3 months, we've gone from 17 to 15 something, which is kind of inexplicable. But no, I almost wanted to compare the insights from a period to another period. I don't know if it'll show me that. Luck. There is no luck in chess, so this should be 0-0 all the time. Number of moves, luck 32%. What does that even mean? How often your opponent fails to punish my mistakes? Or how about how often my opponent makes a mistake? I guess that kind of makes sense though, because yeah, if they make a mistake, I should punish their mistake. So that's not luck, because mistakes are part of the game. But if I make a mistake and they fail to see it, I guess that's lucky, because it's just subjectively something they could have done. Okay, see, but then again, not every player is going to punish every mistake at a low rating. Like, it might be something a little bit harder to see. When Stockfish trolls you. Me just playing Ultra Bullet, he literally trolled me. Or yeah, sometimes they'll under promote too when they're winning. Like they'll promote to a rook instead of a queen. And that's like a serious Stockfish thing. Game, right? Like they're still trying to win and it's good enough, but okay, so today I'm going to do, or not even today, because I already did the one in the morning. I'm doing the less than 2,000 arena, which generally isn't that big of a deal, but you would think I'd always have a better chance in the less than 17 one, but sometimes I do pretty well here. Comparatively, I wouldn't expect to win, but I could do okay. Obviously some 1900s in here. I mean, I legitimately would be like around here. I'd be like number 20, 21 in terms of this, because I am at least 1700 for what it's worth. Yeah, I even evoked the stimuli acme here, one of my terms from my debate format back in the day. And what I wanted to do with that is to show my dominion over it. It's like, you know how they do eye tracker challenges and stuff? I could do that.
0.
Like, it's hard to explain, but you would just have this ability to not be affected by things like that. Where and you know, it's like the absolutist speech tendency too. Like I can talk about that without saying it directly what people would assume. So like what would otherwise be potentially offensive is not. Like if I say, oh, Botez appealed to the stimuli acme, that's part of the reason why they're popular. I'm not saying anything wrong, because you're not, you know, you can't censor an absolutist because you're saying it's something a little bit different. It's hard to explain, but you're saying it in a way that evokes the nuance because it's my own term, and so it still gets the same point across. So of course that was one of the key terms, and it has to do with the idea that I may as well rehash the definition, but no, the point just being that I should do like an eye tracker challenge or some similar challenge just to show, you know, the resistance to it or whatever. Wait, how has this much time passed if... Wait, what? The game just started. How could it be 4 minutes past? I didn't join late. I literally just started. But no, my point is that it is a situation where... Why does this development seem so awkward? If they take, I could take back... See, this is even bad. Like, how does this occur? Like, if they go here, then I can't do anything, and I have to give up my castle, which I don't really mind. I can easily deal with it. But no, it's a case where the best way to sort of show the stimuli acme that I referred to a lot was it's referred to as the highest measure, right? Like, so sensation, pleasure, hedonism by humanity is referred to as the highest measure and form of expression. And the way to prove this is by if you look at profanity, if you look at music, if you look at even fiction, things like that, right? What is even just like life structure and goals and stuff, right? What is something that's prioritized above all else? So profanity is one of the best examples. When somebody says swear words, right, they're not thinking about sex. But the highest form and measure of expression that a person can come up with is something that refers to sex anyway, like calling somebody a certain body part, right, that's sexual in nature, or insulting someone in a way like the B word or anything, right? The C word, something like that. Things that all refer to sex, even if you're not thinking about sex. So the highest form of expression you can think of is something related to that, which shows you there's no higher measure than that, which shows you this sort of form of hedonism and pleasure and stimulus is the greatest measure that people know, right? There is no higher standard than that. So what you're referring to there is very valuable because you look at it like, again, the majority of profanity refers to that without intending it. That might not be relevant to what you're saying, right? What you're saying has nothing to do with sex, let's say, but it does have to do with it does have what is this guy doing? It does have to do with the fact that you're still evoking that. Like, so the greatest thing happens and you say, oh, that's effing great, or oh, that's effing terrible, right? The best thing ever could happen or the worst thing ever could happen, but the form of elation or expression that you're left with is something that still refers to it, which shows you it encompasses every area of life and it has such a, you know, presence that way that is very relevant. So yeah, people know no higher measure in existence or life than that. And the reason why that's relevant is because I don't really even want to move these pawns, but you see that in music, right? The vast majority of music lyrics are romantic or somehow sexual in nature. And then you also see one other thing, like even societal structure, like basing your whole family around it, family system around it, and the fact that the fact that basically you would base your whole finances and structure and social structure, everything around that. You could say to encourage the family system, but it's not really a functional argument. It's the fact that the basis is still in hedonism, the idea that, you know, that is so emphasized, and of course combination of ego and the desire to the ability to control it as per a family system, etc., may provide some adequate incentive for that. But the bigger picture point is just you're in a position where, again, those are the two great examples that I always use, right? The majority of profanity refers to sex, and the majority of they would take the majority of I don't know if this is even a good move or not. The majority of profanity, the majority of music in particular, right, refer to this, and just in general, it's held in such high esteem. And so that is the best way to describe it, that the highest measure or form of expression that people know in life is something relating to that, sensation, pleasure, related to it, hedonism, etc. And the reason why that's such a big deal is because, well, you see it, again, reflected by profanity. And the reason why you see that is because, again, you're not thinking about that in the context of what you're saying, right? The majority of the time, people are talking about something completely different, but they still end up using that and evoking that and sort of they are still referring to it, even if they're not intending to, basically. This is such a messy position. Like, look at this. But it doesn't seem to really accomplish a whole lot. And this is where you should just relent and just do a trade. But I can't seem to figure out how to do it. But yeah, that pretty much defines the stimuli acme, which in this case, it just provides a good basis for a joke as far as obviously as far as the ability to get mated or not mated. See, that one I just did almost as a compulsory notion, but you have... I don't want to do that. There's nowhere that you can really go with it that's too big of a deal. Yeah, how else would you explain that aspect, right? The fact that when it comes down to it, the best thing ever could happen, but you'll say a profanity, and the worst thing ever could happen, and you'll say a profanity. And again, without thinking about it, without really realizing it, you're still referring to that and deferring to that because this is kind of cute. Because it doesn't matter the fact that, oh, I guess it does matter though. It does matter. That wasn't good. Because it's not that you win the queen, but you also get the rook. So I thought that was cute, but it's not really that cute. That was just dumb. Like, why did I do that? Trying to be too fancy sometimes, too cute. I don't know why it seemed like we lost some time on here. Like, it started off and we were already a few minutes in. I don't get it. Like, it hasn't been 13 minutes in the game, has it? But yet it's that on the clock. I don't know. It felt a little bit off. So this, you can try to double attack, which I'm not super comfortable doing. I love how I end up losing some of these games. Like, what just happened was completely nonsensical and unforced, and yet I still do it because I'm a clown. Or I think I'm being all cute and doing something interesting, but I don't know what they're doing either, but the thing is they don't have to really do anything because I'll just beat myself. Okay, you got the double stack. I really don't want to trade the... I don't want to trade anything, but I have no choice. So they could just come down to here, force me to trade. I guess I lose, but I don't really know why. Because I just did that where I like sacked my queen, and I think I'm being all cute about it. There's nowhere that I can even move anything. Okay, now I guess I don't have to take, but then again, I have nowhere else to go, so I'm gonna still have to if they go down. I could still let them take, but the question is, I take here. It doesn't stop the bishop from still being effective. So I would take, they would take, I would take. There's nothing I can really do. I guess I'll just do it. If only one of these knights was actually in a good position there where it could actually do something. So they're +2. Even if I pick up a couple pawns here and there, that could be very valuable. This could be very dangerous, in fact. We could just go right back, and the reason why... Oh, whoops. Well... They'll go there, then I can attack it. Then they'll just take... Like, none of this is really favoring me right now. And I'm not going to be able to flag them either. Like, really, 2 knights is the worst thing you could ever hope for. It's not going to do anything for you. You might be better off just trying to... You'd be better off trying to... Oh, God. I can't even move it because... It's impossible to even get these two to attack the same fucking thing right now. I'm not going to say I'm using the knights necessarily optimally. However, I will... Oh, God. I will say that it's not a good position to be in. Something of a nightmare position. You know, I'm not too satisfied with actually... There's something about the way that I've been playing that it is like... I'm even acknowledging these are filler sessions, but even at that point... I'm not sure. Maybe I shouldn't do these tournaments because it's the same thing, but I don't know. I like them, but it's just something's wrong. I'm not remotely trying, and I'm trying to force things in a way that makes things more interesting, but it just doesn't work. You can't play like that. In fact, my whole patented strategy and style of play that works so well for me is when I don't do that. All right, just hurry up so at least we can move on to the next game because this is going to take all night. Like when I'm literally handing you the win, it takes you an hour to actually do it. So I just hope you flag. Yes, yes, very cute. Could be a stalemate possibility. Oh yeah, he kept doing that the whole game too. Literally hoping for them to lose their internet. So like I want to analyze that game and try to understand like what did they do to win that game? What was so impressive? Wow. Oh, literally they did nothing. They did zero and they just sit there and wait for me to literally give up a piece for no reason. Not even by accident, like willfully. It's like, oh, I think I'm being awesome and I'm sacking the queen and doing something. Lichess theme, dusk. I don't know. I am in a troll mode. Like I'm literally self-trolling for some reason. Just because I'm so bored of the game, I guess. I just don't want to play chess anymore, or I want to, something's just not right. Because I go in these phases where I actually do play pretty well. It's no accident. Um, Sometimes I guess playing rapid in general is not my speed, literally, but I should still. I was doing fine for a while. I mean, there's nothing besides effort. Like, I just have to concentrate a little more and just not. There's always a stage in the game where I just get sick of it. Like, I'm like, I just want it to be over. I could be winning, and it's like, oh, I feel entitled that I should have already won. So then I get impatient, or I am losing, or not even losing, but I want something to happen. Right. I want it to just be resolved. I don't want to drag it out. So I have to learn a little bit of patience that I just don't have. And ironic for coming from somebody who likes classical so much, but and again, even if I had won that, I would only be a whopping 10 points behind. Isn't that incredible? Now you have this, you have this, you have this, you have this, all as valid moves that you can do. Stop the pin. And yeah, we're looking at a game that doesn't exist anymore in the background, the Pokemon TCG Live. That was one of the most fortuitous moments from this channel. The fact that I happened to be playing that for the first time just to say, like, I'm playing Pokemon for the first time in any form. Well, not like the actual games, but the card game. And the reason why that was notable is because, I mean, I love card games, but I didn't know that was about to go offline. So, like, towards the end of 2022, I was doing a lot of those card games. I was playing Magic the Gathering online for the first time, Arena, I mean, and I was playing Hearthstone again. I mean, I had played that obviously, and I was playing a lot of things like that, like a lot of card games. And so the problem becomes that, God damn it, man. You're so annoying, bro. You are so annoying. I don't even approve of that. Like I disapprove of what just happened because you once again are benefiting from my lack of any effort. You can have it, bro. Like you really want to embody the very thing I am all about not doing, but I just can't do it. I mean, psychology is part of the game, though. That's why I don't like people giving Ding Chilling a pass either, because it's a case where, I mean, you could certainly take that in terms of. In fact, this doesn't even do anything. You could go here. I would take, you would take, I can't take. But you can't even seemingly do anything with that. I don't get it. Like, I don't see anything you can do. You go here, I can take. You go there, I can take. But yeah, I'm glad I got a chance to play that. And this is where private servers and stuff come into handy. Even if you shouldn't really do them, it would be nice to see like, oh, something like that could be potentially preserved. Or I've always wanted that in Hearthstone, like some sort of modding community where you can just make custom matches with custom rule sets. It's such a cool idea. So I don't know what's happening, dude. It's only a +1 though, so I'm not gonna lose the game. But I don't really. Again, it tells you what this style of play or this type of time format does for you. And what it does for you is it shows you that you're not really trying, you're not really focusing, you're not playing your full best attention effort kind of game. And so if you're not doing that, then what's the point? Especially at a low level, either give it your full effort or just don't even play. Don't do this halfway where it's like, oh, because I'm worried about time, or not that you're really worried, but it gives you a different approach. Or not that I wouldn't sometimes play like that in classical, but it's just different. Like, it's better to do it this way. Okay, so you can 100% take that, or actually you can't. Okay, you don't have to do anything crazy. That is kind of a bad habit tendency that happens too a lot, is like you try to make like a home run play like you're trying to do something really big of a deal, and the reality is that not every move has to be like that. In fact, the majority of moves aren't like that. Even when you're winning, you still don't do that. Like, you have to really be patient, and chess is the kind of game where, like, why trust something to be the case? This is an absolutist expression of mine. Like, why trust something when you can confirm it and verify it to be true and know it to be true, right? Why trust or believe when you could just know instead? It was the same thing with your calculation. Like, you shouldn't make a move and you're speculating like, is this good? I don't know if this is good. You should just know. If you didn't calculate it all the way out, then why are you even doing it in the first place? Like, you should already know exactly what you're getting into and just do it. So this is going to be potentially good. I can't get my queen in there at all, so I don't know. Like, I can't even do anything. um This is kind of cute for later, but I can't do anything with it now. I just can't figure out a move to make. I'd like to involve it in the game, but I just can't seem to do it. If they take, I take, they can't do anything. If they take, none of that's really relevant. Of course, the light square diagonal is at least sealed off. I could potentially take this, but then it might just lead to a trade anyway. I'm almost willing to do a move like that now, just because I want something to happen. Right, but that's often my weakness, as I was just talking about, like, how you shouldn't do it for that reason. You could do this, which is highly cute, and the reason why is because, first of all, I don't see what that knight move does, but second of all, it allows you to attack this and attack this. So now you have to make a decision that you have to cover this, but you almost can't cover it. And so there's a lot of problems. Now, what you're doing is you're pinning it in such a way that even if I would take, you would take, I would take, you would still take. So unfortunately, I can't do anything, though. I still can't do anything. But I could do a cheeky move like this now. So now if you take, it's going to be the same thing like the last game where I sack my queen and then it doesn't work. They would take, I would take, but they can't even take. That's the thing. They would take, I would take. They would take. I would take. They would. Whatever. Just do it. So they would take. I would take. Okay, dude. Every game I keep doing that. I keep trying to do something fancy and there's no reason to do it. It's not a big deal, I guess. You know, it's very self-inflicted for a player whose whole philosophy is very proven. I mean, I am living proof of that pink flamingo technique that I created. Like, you can get to 1700 plus, you can do even more. And the reason why is because, yeah, I obviously messed up though. You know, you're disciplined and you don't try to do too much, but I keep trying to do that now. I guess I'm just bored of it, but you have to make some concessions. So what we're doing here might be something a little deeper. Like, it seemed like, oh, I was trying to do that, but then obviously he could take the queen as well. So it just wasn't worth it. But you do have some two very strong diagonals, and they kind of... Oh, wow. What is this, dude? What is this? And yeah, I'm losing to a lot of super low rated players too that I normally wouldn't even play against. Oh, wow, dude. So even if they blunder their queen now, somehow I would still lose. And I don't like to waste everybody's time here, but I mean, he should be able to wrap it up quickly anyway. Like, it doesn't matter if I try to lose on purpose. It's like, he's winning. I want to see him get his proper outcome. I don't want to just concede on purpose, but I just hate resigning in general. That's the whole fun. Like, let him have his moment and let him actually mate me. That's fine, but you know, he just take forever. He'll BM me or something, and you're wasting your own time in the tournament. I'm just trying to make people feel good because, like, I'm letting them beat higher rated players that they ordinarily wouldn't be able to do. What? Well, that is still a stupid move, but at this point, it just doesn't matter. But yeah, it's not me being a bad sport. It's just me being bad, period. I like how I almost am scheduling this, though, in a very fixed way. Like, I'm able to do 2 tournaments a day. And the reason why is because I do one in the morning when I wake up, and then I do one at night before I go to bed. So even though I'm only streaming for 2 hours a day, or playing for 2 hours a day, it's enough to still do that because I just time it in such a way. And I don't really care which one, but I do prefer the less than 1700. But then again, the opponents I'm playing are not exactly relevant to that. Like, it doesn't matter whether it's 17 or 2. Right, you're not really facing the high rated players that often. And just because you're in the less than 2 doesn't mean that, you know, you might still face 1100s there and stuff like that. So you could do that. That's cute. Could be a strong stalemate possibility, actually, because if the pawns just weren't there, you're in a very tight spot. Alright, can we get this on with? Because I'm getting a little annoyed now. Like, come on. Just do it, dude. Please, just do it. Okay. So we only have one more piece of art, so if I lose another... This is kind of an inexplicable stretch, I must admit. Okay, theme, green and glass, gold, whatever it is. What? Green ice. Now, all these are actually meant to be like backgrounds and stuff, but they don't work exactly right. Or again, this one I feel like I've already used before. This is the matchup we need. Yeah, 576. I'm still gonna lose it somehow too. But no, let's go ahead and change the art. These are the kind of matchups you gotta farm because you have to hey, this one's kind of good going through all my debate format terms and stuff. The long form postulate, because this is inspired by like a line from the show, like uh my Millennium Puzzle protects me from your petty assaults, but nothing will protect you from oblivion. And then he kills him or whatever, or mind crushes him. Yeah, the long form postulate. What is that? Now let's define that. We just defined the stimuli acme again. It's like if something is worth discussing, it's worth discussing in long form, or if something is worth doing, right? So in other words, it's worth doing thoroughly. So it shuts down a lot of the fallacies, like of something, some quick, myopic, dismissive, initial minded sort of perspective where you would go through thoroughly and it wouldn't just be some little label like, you know, oh, like some, there's some example I would give, but I can't remember, like, most discourse would be shut down that way. Like, just you have a conversation or you have like a topic and you just immediately discredit something like, oh, but this person blank, like label them or some other disqualifier, and then you shut down the discussion like that instead of just trying to discredit it from the beginning. You have like a long form, full, thorough, well thought out, devil's advocate inducing kind of discussion where then you come to some conclusion, which might be the same conclusion as you originally had, right, with your dismissive tendency, although it's unlikely. But it shows you that at least, you know, if something is worth doing all the way, fully, completely, thoroughly. If something is worth discussing, same thing. You get rid of a lot of these like sort of short, hot take kind of mentalities, I guess, in the modern age of, you know, that stuff doesn't matter. It's about something a little deeper. Go into it a little more thoroughly, be a little objective about it. I guess you could apply it to chess too. Like if you're gonna do it, then you may as well study and take it super seriously. It is like a life philosophy thing too, where, you know, if you're gonna do something, don't just do it. Like, oh, I'm doing a job just to make money or just to get by, which I get it, but no, it's like you have some real commitment or passion, or as long as you're doing it, at least you're taking it seriously or something. Like there's more to it than just a zero sum process of you trying to do that. You're gonna commit to it. You're gonna really make something more out of it, or you're also going to wait, they're just giving that up. But yeah, that's what that is. It mostly was in discussion form because that's what a lot of these logical razors were about. The idea that and don't you love that scene where he shoots laser beams out of his eyes and it gets negated by the Millennium Puzzle? That's what this picture is, but he really just uses his little fire paraphernalia to try to kill him, which is like a good plot armor device justification to show like, why can't somebody just kill Yugi? Oh, it's because of the puzzle will actually protect him that way. So it's a literal plot device in a way that kind of makes sense though. So only somebody else with a puzzle or with an item could potentially threaten him. But no, it's I'm trying to think. There was some really good example that I had. I'm assuming he'll take with the queen. Either way, you open the king. Oh shit, I almost just did that. This could become very dangerous for them, I suppose. Very comfortable position. I mean, this guy is 500 rating. I'm taking him like he's taking it like super seriously, which I probably should do given my overall average level of play here. I wonder what the max level on this thing even is. This is like where every level it changes the board color, which is kind of cool. Unfortunately, they kind of ruined how the boards work on this site, where they just don't work anymore. Not because of this, but because they did some update. Both that and something else kind of got messed up by it. Okay, we'd be hitting that potentially. This is okay, or maybe it won't be okay if I castle, then they can take, and then I can't take. What? Now the king's just getting in the goddamn way too. Like, what if I just don't care? I can get away with playing like this surely against a 500 rated player. Like, I'm actually gonna lose to a 500. This is actually gonna be what happens. Because I've had some of my lowest losses ever in this tournament format just because I'm playing lower rated players than you normally would, but also I'm just playing badly too. Okay, bro. Come on. I'm happy with that. You can trade this. Which even there, I'm giving up a pawn. It could just be that, oh, they're sniping me and I always identify the oh, well, that's not what I meant. Look, dude, just... Okay, you go here, you hit this, you can... Their other rook is woefully undeveloped. I'm really making people look a lot better than what they are, too. But yeah, this guy's 500 after 100 games played. He should watch my Pink Flamingo video because really, although he's played reasonably well here, like, look at this guy just tearing through me. I'm literally making these people look like unbelievable. Like, I'm actually gonna lose too. I don't get how, but I am. Somehow, some way, I don't get it. Like, he's gonna play an endgame perfectly. He's up a couple pawns, so I shouldn't let it come down to this, but it's a situation where you go there, it's perfectly fine. You block, which maybe wasn't the best choice. Because of the king's position, they can't take. So they take, I take. No. Oh, whoops. Well, that's okay. I mean, when you're really trying to lose, you can definitely lose. It's okay. I'm doing this as like some sort of social experiment, I guess. I don't know how to explain it. But now if you try to move it to cover it, you probably will still lose it. But even if you do, I'm still in a bad position. I'm just like sort of impatient. Like, I'm just trying to get every game over with very... Okay, that's fine, I guess. And oh wow. Now you play like a 500 finally for a move. You're in such a good position, dude. So unlikely that you're beating a literal 1700. Forget about the 1500. That's just a phase. Bro, that is despicable though. Like, I'm even depressed and I'm saying that I'm going to lose and I'm playing like an absolute clown. I won't say that I'm not trying. I'm just like, I don't know what's going on. I'm genuinely just like playing the worst level I played probably ever. Even from the beginning when I played, I wasn't like this. That is pathetic though. Like, you're a total clown. You deserve to be 500 because you had every chance in the universe there that you would never ordinarily get in this kind of matchup. 1,000 rating difference. Kind of like me against that 1,800, except that wasn't that big of a difference, but still. I'm winning thoroughly and then I lose because of time or something stupid. Okay, man, just hurry up, please. I'm just too impatient for chess in general, I think. Like, I just don't care. I don't want to study, but even on top of that, I don't want to take my time in the course of games. Like, you can't have it both ways. If you don't want to study, fine, but then at least take your time in the course of a game and calculate and think about what you're doing. But I don't want to do either one now anymore. That would at least be the one thing I do at least a little bit well. Okay, Okay, you go there, go there. Now we can just try to promote that. Take this. This is fine. No, but they had a sequence of terrible moves that was like hilarious because I was genuinely scared because no matter how much better you think you are than somebody, there wasn't much I could actually do there if they just didn't make that like exact sequence of moves. My king's right there, so I don't even have to worry about it. Just don't stalemate. I mean, they can't even go under there. Okay, fine. Can we get one more game in? But the problem is we might not finish it in time if it really goes the distance. So hooray, we beat a 500 rated player. And so this is my new rule too. I'm not allowed to play ranked games except in tournaments. For whatever reason, I felt like doing that. So now I'm screwed because I'm having so much trouble. This maybe isn't the best way to get back on track, but I'm not going to use that as an excuse. Like I just have to do it. Most of these games aren't that big of a deal. I'm just really not paying attention. I don't know what to tell you. Which this is a good example too. This is how people play most of the time probably ever in chess, because especially low rated players, like you can easily see what's happening, but you just don't, you know, you can easily deal with it, but you just don't do it. It's hard to explain. If you just think, if you just calculate, most of the things you're losing to are not really valid. If it's something you genuinely can't see, I can accept it, but like that would take several minutes or some deeper analysis. But that's just not typically the nature of how you're losing. Which I know that always sounds like an excuse. Like, oh, when I win, it's not satisfying because my opponent just made a mistake. Or when I lose, it's not meaningful. It doesn't count because, oh, it's just that I made a mistake. But there's a difference between something a little more nuanced, right? And I always acknowledge that, like, oh, that was kind of a cool win. I don't even mind sometimes when I lose, right? In a way that's kind of fun. But the vast majority of outcomes, maybe just in general at any level, but especially at this low level, are very unsatisfying because it's something that both players can see. They probably do see, but they just don't care. They just don't take their time, or they're worried about time, or it comes down to something else. So it doesn't really feel earned. Like anybody could see that, so why does it even matter? It's not impressive. Somebody just choked or just wasn't thinking. So if I go here, they end Pizant, and then I take, and then they can they can't take there actually. Or no, they could, or wait. They would, no, I would have the first choice to do that, but so if they take now, it's not really what I want to do though. Yeah, this pawn structure is a little weird. Like I don't know exactly how to address it. Let's just castle. Everything's fine. So every game I keep making like one wonky set of moves that's like I'm trying to sack my queen or do something crazy that I normally never play like that. And so the point is that I have to not do that unless I'm really sure that it's going to be good. I just have to go on one of those signature streaks that I've done a number of those, not recently, but during that 1700 stretch. I love that. I got to 17, right, the one time. Then I fell down to like 16 something. Then I got back to 17. Then I fell down again. Then I think I went back again. Like I kept going back and forth. And then finally, I went on a really terrible streak, like what we're on now, where I go from 16, whatever, having gone from 17 to 16. Now I'm at 15 something. Like it's insane. I'm going on a Ding Liren roleplay streak here where he, you know, like what Ding went through before the World Championship. And then he actually played pretty well in the World Championship. But, you know, it was just, it happens even to the best players where they go on really bad streaks somehow. It's an odd knight position. I don't know exactly. I could try to turn it into an octopus knight, actually. I could unironically just do this, but this pawn is weird. Like, am I really going to be able to protect that, or I should try to connect this later? So if they take, I take, everything's fine. That is a very unusual position here. Okay, they could, even if I move it, they could give a check, but it's not a very impactful check, so I don't really care. That's fine. This is even covered here. I really want to make this move. That's a nice aesthetic. Damn it. I guess I can do this now. They would take, you get a pass pawn out of it, so this always converts the octopus knights in a good way. Because yeah, I always used to ask that question too. What good is an octopus knight if they could just trade it with something of their own, right? It's pointless then. You go through all that work to make it. But what is good is, oh no, you get some compensation in the form of either a passed pawn or some kind of other structure that might be favorable. My light square bishop is kind of in purgatory here, though. That doesn't really change the fact of what we have here, right? No matter what you do now, it's reinforced pretty well. What I would like to do is have the knight covers knight connection if I could, and I don't know exactly how to do that because then it's even better. You get one octopus knight, they trade it, but then they'll just trade it again. But you have to have a position where it's the wrong colored bishop. Like if he had the dark square bishop only, then he couldn't trade. He doesn't have any knights left. Then he only has rooks and a queen. So now he can't trade for the octopus knight. Like you have to go through all that to try to make the octopus knight work because otherwise it's so easy to just trade for. So let me see. You have to account for this, and I really don't know what's happening with the bishop at all because it's just kind of odd. Like I can't use it in this position, so I almost think it's bad in this position. So they could go here, but I could easily take back. And again, this is a very strong knight. You know, you can't really question it. Whether you take it or not, it's going to be impactful. And so I want to make this move, but I just can't. Okay, this should be fine. I'll try to trade. This is sometimes my weakness, though. I go too far out of my way to try to trade all the time. Look at how well some of these people are playing, though. I mean, maybe I'm not used to playing people at variable ratings, but, you know, normally the matches are within 100 at most. But, like, this guy should be able to beat most 1,000 rated players playing the way he is. Like, this is really not an easy position. It's so weird how that happens. Okay, let's go. I can't even do it now. Like, I'm unleashing the full potential of an octopus knight, and still I'm having no luck at all. So he can't do anything with the other knight. I'm hitting this one, and there's not a whole lot he can do with it. You got to be vigilant about this, though, and the reason why is because this is just not covered by anything else, like any other pawn. And this would be a very awkward move to make, so you wouldn't really want to do that. Yeah, I mean, this could not be any stronger, really. Like, this is insane. I guess maybe they could make a move like that where they try to... but even then, it's fine. This is so difficult. I can't do anything with this position. Maybe I should just go for it. It seems so stupid, but... And now I'm playing overly aggressive. This is the move I keep talking about. Oh, I keep making a move every game that's like stupid and I shouldn't do it. This is that move exactly because I'm trying to... Okay, why is that a big deal? You gotta move this. I can immediately trade, although I don't know if I like... Well, it should be fine. So this they can't do. The bishop has it kind of on lockdown. This can take back. Yeah, you gave me a pass pawn, and I'm threatening the knight. Yeah, this is the ego boost we need. We can pick on 1,000 rated players, even though it's still appearing to be a lot more difficult than what you would expect. But maybe that's my problem. I just always wanted it to be way too easy. But I don't know. Let's see if like a 1500 is winning the less than 2000 thing. Like how? Shouldn't it be like a 1900? Yeah, like see that guy. How is Eagle Claw losing to this guy? It's mainly because this guy's playing so many goddamn games that you couldn't keep up. Never mind whether you win or lose. Like you wouldn't even be able to fit that in there at all. Or this would be almost trapped actually. The only square you can go to is there, so I don't know why this move is so complicated for you to figure out. And then the best case I could do is I could just trade it. And the reason why is because you get to just simplify the position a bit, I guess. There's nothing really to it. Okay, so this should be the last game here, and I don't know, at some point we're going to get on a good streak, but I just keep getting very, very burnt out by some of these games. I'm going to be racking up a lot of tournament points too, because I'm just doing this non-stop. Every day I'm playing one, basically. 121 tournament points, which I don't know what you can even do with them, but it is fun. And yeah, it's mainly rapid. It's not that I wouldn't be willing to do other ones, but you could take either one, or he's just quitting out. I guess we could play another game, but it won't count unless we win it super quickly. Even after all that, I'm still like top 100, so out of 258 players, but a lot of these people don't even play. Or they just like play one game and lose and then they give up. That's what's noteworthy about me, I guess. I can lose as much as I want, but then I still keep going. I fight through it, but that's a bad trait because the real point is you shouldn't need to do that. Okay, 18. Okay. Do it. I don't care about the tournament. Don't. Yeah. I'm going to beat this guy. Watch. I almost beat that other 1800 earlier. Let's give this a full effort thing. I don't care about dinky tournaments or anything. Just actually play the game. Yeah, don't be deceived by my rating because I literally would be at least 1700 normally to the best of my knowledge. Now here, sometimes there's a reasoning why I wouldn't want, well, I'm just lazy though. It's okay. So you could go here trying to attack this. It's an interesting pawn position to be sure, but let's just castle. Play it safe, make it difficult for him, calculate everything out. And he's 79th. Like, bro. Bro, why are you as bad as me when you're 1800? All right, we go here, perfectly fine. You could go here, just basic development, nothing special. You get the V-shaped structure. Very comfortable position so far. Nothing crazy happened in the opening, which I'm grateful for. Sometimes these people will come out with some crazy clown shit. You go here, you can hit this if you want, but I want to wait. And I also want to... You can already identify, like, oh, this could be an octopus knight square, or this could be, or, whatever, but this is... I don't really get how to get there, though. Or this is a good move because you're threatening... You just got to double check everything all the time. So at least you have to give up the trade because otherwise you're going to be worried about this. Or I could just ignore it. So bro is an 1820. Am I misreading something? He's an 1824 who's played 452 games. So it's not provisional. Now we get the bishop either way. It makes you question yourself. Like, is that part of his plan or something? But it doesn't seem like there's any plan here. You don't realize how hard it is to get to 1800. You'd believe me, I've tried. Like, I can't even get to 17 right now. So you have to respect these players, but Okay, it doesn't mean I've won or anything. It's a very minor advantage situation. But even this, they're giving me a lot of minute little things that I'm very happy about. And the reason why is because now the king is open. We're up a pawn. Like there's a lot of things going in my favor. So if I just concentrate, I should be fine. So yeah, to double check, I have my V-shaped signature structure. They have the light square bishop, so I can sit here as long as I want. Okay, let's not lose focus though at some point in the game, because that consistently keeps happening, and that's my big weakness. So now that doesn't matter because I can still double take if they sack it there. Yes, of course, we'll lose to an 1100, but then we'll do this. That sums me up pretty much right there, bro. Okay, we're gonna let the V-shaped structure hold as it's held against 2,000 rated players and stuff because, you know, watch my Pink Flamingo video for more details. How can you be like so... Okay, let's see. Don't move too fast, although the knight is kind of pissing me off because it's just not doing anything right now. You gotta think like, what even is their idea? Like if they go there, let's just go here. Again, they gave up the double stack, which is very pertinent because otherwise they would have been able to do that. This knight is going to turn into a weak link, though, as much as I hate to say it, because it's just very, very irritating. So they could hit it there. It's just in the way. Like it's not doing anything. I don't want it to do anything. Okay, let's see what we have here. Everything is kind of moving around on a dark square. And the reason why that's relevant is because the light square bishop is kind of negated here a lot, although my pawns are not really indicative of that. Okay, that's really bad, come to think of it, because... Damn it. Okay, do I now just settle for a queen trade because I know I'm going to lose something anyway? I could go back, but then it doesn't work anymore because now you could do this and then this and then take. Like, it's going to be bad. So that was a very good move. Damn it. Now he's going to be all cute and try to deny a trade. It technically could do this, but they'll take here as well. I mean, this move becomes very strong, and I can't figure out really how to deal with it. Or I guess now you already are dealing with it. But you can do this, and of course the knight is, as usual, just completely useless because you can't do anything. You could do almost this, but it's still trading territory. So I have to just move the knight. You could really do something with that, I guess, but it's so important too because this is the whole V-shaped thing. Like, how do I deal with this? I should have not had the knight in the way because that's all it's good for doing. Like, come on. It's so stupid. I can't deal with that. Maybe you're better off doing this. Like, you know you're going to lose a pawn, so they would take, I would take. They would take, I would take. This might be better because I can't deal with that. What? Alright, I give up, dude. So is there some like way you could trap that or something? And now I'm gonna go like kind of buck wild and try to do too much, and it's not gonna work too well. God damn it. No, I mean I blunder my knight because I'm trying to think of all these ways to account for the knight, and it's ineptitude, and this is what we get. So I would like to target that, but it's just difficult to do. My pawns are a bit overextended there. Like I totally threw that one too, because again, all I had to do was not blunder my knight. Like just don't hang it. But I'm worried about the implications of what's happening with the knight, so then I end up losing the actual knight itself. Like by just I'm trying to cover stuff, I'm trying to worry about the pawns. So I mean you could just do that. And now you are still gonna lose the pawn, but that's obviously preferable to what happened. Um Okay, this is still fine. Well, both of these pawns are kind of messed up now. This would be kind of cute, but this one's covered, but something's gonna happen with that. And that they can already take, come to think of it. At least make it difficult for him, I guess. If I go here, obviously I lose my queen, so I can't do that. Okay. You could sack it, then they take, then I can take, but it wouldn't be worth it. I would take, they would take, I would take. I mean, you should move the queen just to do something about that as a threat. But then it won't be covered at all. It's only a -3, but I'm also down on time by a lot. But see, I played pretty well early on, and then I somehow fall apart. Now, I should deny the trade because I have no chance of winning without the queen. Normally I would obviously embrace a trade like that, but they can obviously just force it anyway. Let's see. I guess I can try to fight it out, but I don't get anything out of it, not even a dinky pawn. They could still mess something up, but I don't know. You could try to go here, attack a pawn. I don't care so much. No, but they'll take that and then cover it. So I'm still playing on the dark squares. This is a problem. Oh man. They could come into here, I suppose. I should move this to a dark square just in principle. And I have to keep denying stuff like this from happening. And they can't actually really cover that very well. Okay, move this just so the bishop isn't a factor at all in the game. That's one thing at least I'm playing around. So despite them being up material, you are making that difficult for them. You could go here. They'll give a check. I think now I pretty much have no choice. Well, you're gonna do that anyway, but you would give too many checks. I pretty much have to try to trade, but they're still gonna not do it. Okay, fine. Okay, bro. So the lesson is, what's instructive about that game? Just don't blunder a piece for no reason at all. Just don't do it. Okay, see you later.